In the hushed corridors of power, where shadows danced with ambition, a vast, intricate financial empire was built not with bricks and mortar, but with carefully laundered dollars. This empire, spanning legitimate businesses and illicit ventures, once moved millions, if not billions, through a labyrinth of shell corporations and offshore accounts. Yet for years, no one could truly grasp its architect. How did one man manage to sanitize such immense sums of illicit cash, leaving behind a trail so faint it seemed to vanish into the ether? His name was Arthur "Artie" Finch, though few outside the inner circle knew it. To the casual observer, he was a mild-mannered accountant, impeccably dressed, with a penchant for quiet evenings and classical music. He worked from a nondescript office in Midtown Manhattan, tucked away on a higher floor, overlooking the ceaseless urban ballet below. Artie didn't carry a gun, didn't issue threats, and his voice rarely rose above a calm, almost academic murmur. Yet, within the sprawling operations of the Moretti crime family, his word in financial matters was as absolute as any capo's, and his methods more formidable than any enforcer's fists. Artie's genius lay in his perception of money not as a fixed entity, but as a fluid concept capable of transformation. He saw patterns in ledgers where others saw only numbers, and loopholes in financial regulations that few even realized existed. For nearly 3 decades, he orchestrated a ballet of capital, transforming dirty street money from gambling, loan sharking, and protection rackets into legitimate-looking profits for construction companies, import-export businesses, and even a chain of seemingly wholesome bakeries. Imagine the meticulousness required, the sheer mental bandwidth to keep track of countless transactions, ensuring that not a single penny could be traced back to its criminal origins. It was a silent, intellectual war fought on paper, where precision was the ultimate weapon. His most elegant schemes often involved layering. Money would move from a cash-heavy illegal operation like a high-stakes poker game into a front business, say a modest laundromat. From there, it would be electronically transferred to a shell corporation in the Caribbean, then wired to another in Luxembourg, before finally returning to the U.S. as an investment in a legitimate Moretti enterprise. Each step added a layer of obfuscation, a legal veneer, until the money re-emerged, sparkling clean, ready to be openly invested or spent. The entire process was designed to be unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the vast global financial currents. For years, federal agents chased ghosts. They knew the Morettis were awash in cash, but the paper trail consistently led to dead ends, to legitimate invoices and perfectly balanced books. They interrogated low-level associates, flipped informants, and wiretapped phones, but Artie's name never surfaced in their criminal reports. He was too smart, too careful, too deeply hidden behind layers of proxies and coded communications. His true power wasn't in his influence over men, but over the very flow of wealth itself. He ensured that the Morettis' illicit gains felt as natural and unobtrusive as rainfall, nourishing a vast, hidden garden of crime. The turning point came not from a massive bust or a disgruntled insider, but from an almost imperceptible shift in the financial world itself. The late 1980s saw the rise of more sophisticated digital tracking systems and increased international cooperation against money laundering. A new generation of federal prosecutors, armed with sharper tools and a greater understanding of global finance, began to look for anomalies, not just direct evidence. They started seeing the invisible threads connecting seemingly unrelated businesses, noticing how certain cash-intensive sectors always seemed to have surprisingly robust earnings, year after year, regardless of market fluctuations. It began with a minor inconsistency in a bakery chain's quarterly reports, a statistical outlier in their flour purchases that didn't quite align with their reported sales volume. A trivial detail, one might think, but to an agent poring over years of data, it was a tiny ripple in Artie's otherwise perfectly still financial pond. This led them to a quiet, meticulous investigation of the bakery's suppliers, then its investors, and slowly, painstakingly, the web began to reveal itself. One crisp autumn morning, as Artie was enjoying his customary espresso and reviewing the day's Wall Street Journal, federal agents arrived at his office. There were no dramatic shootouts, no tense standoffs, just a calm, polite request to review his files. Artie, ever composed, simply nodded. He knew his carefully constructed edifice, built with numbers and anonymity, had finally been found. The ghost had been glimpsed. What quiet detail, what nearly imperceptible error, had finally allowed the world to see the man who had been hiding in plain sight for so long. The investigation that followed uncovered not a single grand mistake, but a cumulative effect of tiny pressures and tightening scrutiny. It was the statistical anomalies across various front businesses, the subtle patterns in the timing of overseas transfers, and ultimately a growing fatigue in Artie himself, which led to minor, almost imperceptible deviations from his own rigorous standards. The sheer volume of transactions he managed had become too vast, even for his brilliant mind, to keep perfectly flawless in an increasingly monitored world. His meticulous system, designed for an earlier era, couldn't quite adapt to the relentless digital gaze of the new age. He had been a master illusionist, but even the greatest illusions can break under the right light. In the formidable structure of the Calabrese crime family, loyalty was preached as the highest virtue, an unshakable bond forged in blood and fear. For decades, Salvatore Sal Rizzo, the family's consigliere, had been the embodiment of this creed, a quiet strategist whose counsel was rarely questioned. Yet, beneath the veneer of unwavering devotion, a poisonous seed of ambition was quietly taking root within his own trusted circle. How could a man so deeply entrenched in the syndicate's fabric, a man who had seen countless challenges from the outside, be ultimately undone by the very loyalty he so carefully cultivated within? Sal was a man of contrast. His public persona was that of a successful, if unassuming, construction magnate. He contributed to charities, attended church regularly, and spoke with a calm, measured voice that commanded respect without ever needing to shout. But behind closed doors, in the dimly lit back rooms of social clubs and discreet restaurants, he was the Calabrese family's architect of order, the one who deciphered intricate problems, arbitrated disputes, and orchestrated the subtle expansion of their influence. He was the mind, the quiet engine driving a vast machine of racketeering, union control, and illicit gambling throughout New Jersey and parts of New York in the 1970s and early 80s. You would rarely see Sal's hands dirty. His power was in his intellect, his network of connections, and his profound understanding of human nature, particularly its weaknesses. His strategy was always one of minimal friction, maximum gain. Instead of brutal displays of force, Sal preferred the art of soft coercion. A union representative might find his carefully planned retirement fund facing an unexpected audit. A rival construction firm might suddenly experience inexplicable delays in material deliveries. These weren't direct threats, but whispers of misfortune, gentle nudges that steered outcomes without leaving a trace of overt intimidation. He built the Calabrese empire not on open conflict, but on a web of carefully cultivated debts and unspoken understandings, a system that made betrayal seem unthinkable. But even the most carefully constructed webs can develop unseen snags. Vito the Viper Santino was a rising capo, younger, charismatic, and possessing an ambition that burned with a cold, ruthless intensity. Vito had a public charm that easily won over associates, yet his private conversations were laced with a subtle disdain for the old ways Sal championed. He saw Sal's methodical approach as a weakness, a hesitation that left money on the table. While Sal was focused on long-term stability and discreet accumulation, Vito craved immediate, visible power. He began subtly challenging Sal's decisions, planting seeds of doubt among the other captains, questioning the efficacy of the Consigliere's measured counsel. The initial shifts were almost imperceptible, like the slow erosion of a riverbank. Key pieces of information from their legitimate construction bids would leak, allowing rival firms, some secretly backed by Vito, to undercut them. Warnings Sal issued about certain ventures would be quietly dismissed, only for those ventures to suffer predictable setbacks, making Sal appear out of touch. It was a war of whispers and omissions, fought in the shadowed corners of their world, where loyalty was a currency often devalued by avarice. How does one fight an enemy who outwardly professes respect while systematically dismantling your influence from within? Sal, always astute, noticed the subtle currents changing. He felt the shift in allegiances, the hesitation in the eyes of men who once sought his every word. He knew someone was orchestrating this, but the beauty of Vito's treachery was its insidiousness. No direct confrontation, no overt act of disloyalty that could be met with traditional retribution. It was a slow, agonizing process of isolation where Sal found himself increasingly marginalized, his counsel becoming advisory rather than authoritative. He looked for the source, but Vito had masterfully used proxies, weaving a labyrinth of plausible deniability. The moment it truly unraveled for Sal came during a critical negotiation for a massive municipal contract. Sal had painstakingly crafted a strategy involving delicate political maneuvering and leveraging years of favors. On the eve of the final push, crucial information, confidential details about the family's financial projections and hidden assets, was leaked to the opposing consortium. The contract was lost, costing the Calabrese family untold millions and severely damaging their standing. While no direct link to Vito could be proven, the timing and the nature of the leaked information pointed to an inside job, a deliberate sabotage of Sal's plan. In the stunned aftermath, the family boss, an aging and increasingly frail figure who had once implicitly trusted Sal, called for a meeting. There was no shouting, no threats, just a quiet, regretful conversation where Sal was gently, but firmly, informed that his time as consigliere was over. He was offered a generous pension and a comfortable, if meaningless, title, a gilded cage designed to remove him from power without public spectacle. Sal understood. It wasn't the FBI or a rival family or an informant that brought him down. It was the serpent he had unknowingly allowed to coil in the heart of his own nest, a betrayal far more profound and devastating than any external attack. Vito Santino, the Viper, had indeed struck, not with fangs, but with a poison of calculated ambition and whispered deceit, proving that sometimes the greatest threats to an empire emerge not from its borders, but from its very core. Streets of Palermo, a city where ancient traditions mingled with modern intrigue. A seemingly unremarkable bank manager named Roberto Fiore held an extraordinary secret. For years, he was the quiet, unassuming linchpin of the Cosa Nostra's vast financial network. A man who moved millions with the subtle flick of a pen rather than the blunt force of a gun. How did a man whose life revolved around ledgers and interest rates become so indispensable to a brutal criminal enterprise? And what hidden leverage did the mob hold over this seemingly upright citizen? Roberto Fiore was the epitome of discreet respectability. Dressed in impeccably tailored suits, he exuded an aura of calm competence. His office at the Banco di Sicilia was a picture of ordered efficiency, filled with the hushed rustle of papers and the soft clicks of adding machines. He spoke in gentle tones, always addressing clients with a polite formality. Yet, beneath this placid exterior lay a mind of remarkable acuity, one that could navigate the intricate currents of international finance with the same ease that others navigated the familiar streets of their hometown. This made him an invaluable asset to the local Mafia family, the Contini, whose operations, from olive oil exportation to sophisticated drug trafficking, generated vast sums of cash that desperately needed to be laundered. The Contini family didn't need muscle within the bank. They needed intellect. They needed someone who understood the nuances of global banking, the art of creating shell companies, the subtle ways to obscure the origins of wealth. Roberto was their quiet genius. He orchestrated complex transactions that funneled illicit profits through a dizzying array of legitimate businesses: import-export firms dealing in textiles, agricultural cooperatives, even seemingly benign art dealerships in Rome and Milan. The money would move from Palermo to Zurich, then perhaps to the Cayman Islands, before re-emerging as clean investment in a legitimate hotel chain or a new vineyard. It was an elaborate dance, a masterclass in financial camouflage, meticulously choreographed by Roberto. His involvement hadn't begun with a dramatic initiation. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly years earlier, with a small favor for a respected local businessman who was a distant acquaintance. A quick, discreet loan here, a quiet arrangement for an unverified deposit there. These small transgressions escalated over time, slowly tightening a web of complicity around Roberto. The leverage wasn't a direct threat to his life, at least not initially. It was far more insidious. The Continis discovered a deeply compromising secret from his past. A youthful indiscretion involving embezzlement that Roberto had painstakingly covered up. A secret that could shatter his reputation and career instantly. He was a man trapped, his financial acumen now a gilded cage. For years, Roberto moved through his life with a dual existence. By day, he was the diligent, trusted banker. By night, he navigated the murky waters of Mafia finance. His calmness was his shield, his meticulousness his armor. He learned to anticipate financial regulations, to craft narratives for suspicious transactions that were just plausible enough to deflect scrutiny. He understood that the real power of money laundering wasn't in hiding the money, but in making it appear as if it had never been hidden at all. He ensured the Continis could invest, spend, and expand their empire with impunity, all while their dirty money sparkled like freshly minted coins. The unraveling began not with a direct investigation into the Contini family, but with an international push to combat global drug trafficking. A joint task force involving Italian financial police and American DEA agents began following the money trails of known narcotics cartels. These trails often led to Italy and increasingly to Palermo. They weren't looking for the mob specifically, but for the intricate financial plumbing that enabled the drug trade. This new, aggressive focus on financial forensics meant that Roberto's carefully constructed systems, once impenetrable, were now under unprecedented scrutiny. The first crack appeared when a relatively small, seemingly legitimate olive oil export company, a long-standing Contini front, came under the microscope for unusual trade patterns with a Swiss holding company. The discrepancies were minor at first: a slight overvaluation of shipments, an unusual payment schedule. But to a new generation of financial investigators, armed with sophisticated data analysis tools, these small ripples suggested a deeper current. They started to trace the flow of funds from the Swiss company, discovering it led to other seemingly disparate businesses, all connected by a common thread. Their accounts were managed, directly or indirectly, through Roberto Fiori branch of the Banco di Sicilia. One humid afternoon, as Roberto was preparing to leave his office, a team of financial police arrived. They weren't there to arrest him immediately, but to execute a warrant for an exhaustive audit of his entire branch's records. As they systematically began seizing ledgers and hard drives, Roberto felt a cold dread settle over him. He knew his carefully built facade was crumbling. The quiet pressure of an international financial dragnet, rather than a local turf war, had finally caught him. He had been a shadow, moving silently, but even shadows cannot escape the light when it is bright enough. The question now was not if the truth would come out, But how much of the Contini family's financial architecture would be exposed alongside his own meticulously hidden life? In the glittering, neon-soaked desert of 1960s Las Vegas, where fortunes were made and lost with every spin of a roulette wheel, Frank, the Fixer Moretti, was an indispensable man. He wasn't a charismatic boss or a loudmouth tough. He was the quiet, almost invisible hand that ensured the vast skimming operations of the Chicago outfit ran without a hitch in the city's most opulent casinos. He moved through the smoky back rooms and luxurious suites with an air of detached authority, always observing, always ensuring compliance. But even the most meticulously arranged system of quiet control can falter when personal weakness collides with unwavering federal resolve. What quiet vice, what hidden indulgence, ultimately provided the thread for law enforcement to pull, unraveling Frank's carefully constructed world? Frank Moretti was an anomaly in the flamboyant world of Vegas mobsters. He dressed conservatively, almost blandly, and spoke with a soft, unassuming tone. He preferred a solitary scotch to boisterous parties and spent his downtime reading financial journals rather than gambling. Yet, for the outfit, he was a silent titan. His genius lay in his ability to establish and maintain the skim, the siphoning off of untaxed casino profits directly into mob coffers before the official count. Frank designed the system, the subtle manipulation of counting room procedures, the bribing of key personnel, the sophisticated methods of transporting untraced cash out of the city and into Chicago. He understood the intricate ballet of numbers and human frailties, expertly exploiting both. His authority came not from violence, but from the cold, calculated knowledge he possessed. Frank knew who was bought, who was indebted, and who was too scared to talk. He ensured that the counting room managers, the pit bosses, and even some local law enforcement officials understood the unspoken rules. Loyalty to the outfit meant a comfortable life, while defiance meant an abrupt end to both. There were no dramatic threats. Frank simply conveyed expectations, and the consequences of unmet expectations were well understood. For years, millions flowed out of Las Vegas, unreported, untaxed, and unnoticed by federal authorities, all thanks to Frank's invisible hand. The FBI, however, was growing increasingly frustrated. They knew the skim was happening. Informants occasionally whispered of vast sums of cash being moved, but hard evidence remained elusive. The casino executives, the counting room personnel, and the myriad of other employees involved were either too loyal, too afraid, or too well compensated to crack. It was a perfectly insulated operation, a testament to Frank's subtle genius for control. The federal agents likened it to trying to catch smoke. You knew it was there, but it was impossible to grasp. The opening, when it finally came, wasn't a dramatic breakthrough in a wiretap or a courageous informant coming forward. It was far more human and far more tragic. Frank, for all his clinical precision, harbored a hidden addiction, a crippling fascination with high-stakes sports betting. He never bet at the casinos he controlled, knowing the risks, but he had a private bookie, a former associate who operated independently in Los Angeles. Initially, Frank's bets were small, a harmless indulgence. But over time, as the pressure of his clandestine life mounted and his sense of invincibility grew, his wagers became recklessly large. He always paid, of course, with skimmed money, believing himself untouchable. Unbeknownst to Frank, his LA bookie was a small fish who had recently fallen under the scrutiny of an ongoing, unrelated FBI investigation into illegal gambling rings. When the bookie's operation was busted, agents found meticulously kept ledgers. Among the names and code words was a high roller who consistently bet astronomical sums, identified only by a cryptic numerical code that surprisingly matched Frank Moretti's private phone number. It was a tiny, almost insignificant thread, but it was enough. The FBI didn't immediately move on Frank. Instead, They began a discreet, meticulous investigation into this particular high roller. They tracked his calls, observed his movements, and cross-referenced his known associates. What they uncovered wasn't evidence of Frank's direct involvement in the skim, but rather irrefutable proof of his massive, illicit gambling debts and his payments made in untraceable cash. This personal vice, an indulgence kept separate from his official duties, became his Achilles heel. One quiet morning, as Frank was sipping his coffee and reading the sports page, a knock came at his door. It wasn't the outfit, nor was it a rival. It was a team of federal agents, led by a calm, sharp-eyed prosecutor. They didn't present evidence of the skim directly. Instead, they laid out a detailed account of his gambling debts, his cash payments, and the clear pattern of illegal financial activity that contradicted every aspect of his respectable public life. The leverage they held wasn't about the outfit, but about Frank himself. Tax evasion, illegal gambling, and the undeniable paper trail of untraceable funds. Frank, confronted not with threats of violence but with the cold, irrefutable logic of financial records, slowly understood. His private indulgence, his secret escape, had become the very mechanism of his undoing. He had built an unbreachable fortress around the outfit's finances, but had left a back door wide open in his own personal life. Facing years in prison for tax fraud and illegal gambling, and the inevitable fallout from the outfit for his negligence, Frank made a decision. He would cooperate. His fall wasn't from a rival's bullet or a public expose, but from the quiet unraveling of a secret life, proving that sometimes the greatest threats to power come from within oneself, often in the most unexpected and seemingly harmless forms. Industrial landscape of 1930s Chicago, where whispers of Capone still echoed through the speakeasies and back alleys, a new kind of power began to emerge, one less reliant on brute force and more on a subtle, insidious influence. Maria the Black Rose Rossi was not born into the established crime families. She carved her own formidable path, rising to become a revered, yet feared, figure in the city's underground. She dominated the lucrative numbers rackets and illegal liquor trade with a unique blend of sharp intellect, undeniable charm, and ruthless efficiency, often outmaneuvering men twice her size. But what quiet vulnerability, what personal connection, did this formidable woman possess that ultimately became the key to her downfall, unlocking the door to her meticulously guarded empire? Maria Rossi was a woman of striking contrasts. In public, she was a stylish, elegant widow, running a seemingly legitimate chain of floral shops that were known for their exquisite arrangements and discreet delivery service. Her voice was soft, her manner refined, and she moved with an air of quiet confidence that drew people to her. Yet, behind the velvet curtains of her flower empire, Maria operated with an iron will. She understood the psychology of the streets better than most, recognizing that fear could be a potent tool, but loyalty, earned through judicious generosity and swift justice, was an even more powerful one. Her genius lay in her organization of the numbers game. While other gangs relied on scattered street runners, Maria created a centralized, almost corporate structure. Her collectors, often unassuming women who blended seamlessly into neighborhoods, gathered bets and dispersed winnings with clockwork precision. She introduced a system of fair payouts, ensuring that winners were paid promptly, which built immense trust among the city's working-class communities, making her operations incredibly popular and resilient against rival incursions. Maria also leveraged her flower shops for illicit liquor distribution during Prohibition, using funeral wreaths and wedding bouquets as clever covers for deliveries of high-quality bootleg spirits. It was a business built on discretion and perceived respectability, generating vast, untaxed revenues. For years, law enforcement struggled to penetrate her organization. Her lieutenants were fiercely loyal, often women who had been given opportunities and protection by Maria when society offered them little. They guarded her secrets with an almost religious fervor, viewing her not just as a boss, but as a benefactor. Maria rarely left a paper trail, conducted most of her business through trusted intermediaries, and maintained an almost monastic control over her personal life, leaving no obvious weaknesses for investigators to exploit. She was the ghost in the machine, running her empire from the elegant silence of her back office. The federal agents, led by a determined but often frustrated Treasury agent named Eleanor Vance, knew Maria was at the heart of Chicago's most pervasive illegal gambling and liquor distribution. They had wiretapped her phones, tailed her associates, and even raided her flower shops, but always came up empty-handed on anything that could directly link the Black Rose to the criminal enterprise. Maria was too careful, too insulated. Vance, however, was a keen observer of human nature, and she noticed a peculiar pattern. Despite her disciplined life, Maria always, without fail, found time for one specific, seemingly innocuous activity. Every Sunday afternoon, without exception, Maria would visit a small, unassuming orphanage on the city's south side. She wasn't just a donor. She would spend hours there, quietly interacting with the children, reading to them, and sometimes even helping with their lessons. This was her one visible deviation from her guarded existence, a soft spot in an otherwise impenetrable exterior. Agent Vance, through months of patient observation and background checks, discovered that Maria had herself grown up in that very orphanage after her parents died tragically young. One child, a bright-eyed girl named Lena, seemed to hold a special place in Maria's affections, almost like a surrogate daughter. Vance began to understand. Maria, for all her power and ruthlessness, harbored a deep, almost desperate desire to protect the vulnerable, a mirroring of her own childhood. She valued trust and loyalty above all else, and Lena, an orphan herself, represented a profound, unspoken connection to Maria's own past and her purest motivations. Vance didn't target Lena directly, but subtly, methodically, she began to build a case around the orphanage's funding, which, coincidentally, came entirely from Maria's legitimate-looking charitable foundations. The moment it began to unravel for Maria wasn't a raid on her criminal enterprise, but a quiet, intensely private conversation in a sterile government office. Vance, having accumulated irrefutable evidence of financial irregularities within the orphanage's funding, not necessarily criminal in themselves, but undeniably linked to Maria's illicit earnings, called Maria in. Vance didn't threaten the orphanage directly. Instead, she laid out the case, demonstrating how the very foundations that supported the children Maria cherished were inextricably tied to her illegal activities. She explained that a thorough public investigation into these funds would inevitably lead to questions about the orphanage's management, its reputation, and most devastatingly, the source of its benevolence, potentially disrupting the lives of the children, including Lena, whom Maria so dearly protected. Maria listened, her composure unbreaking, yet her eyes held a flicker of something close to fear. Vance wasn't threatening her with prison. She was threatening to expose the true nature of the gifts that shielded the vulnerable, to tarnish the one pure thing in Maria's life. The subtle coercion hit deeper than any direct threat of violence or jail time. Maria, the formidable Black Rose, realized that her empire, built on strength and cunning, had a single, profound vulnerability. Her heart laid bare in her unwavering dedication to those children. To protect them and the fragile reputation of the institution that had once saved her, she made a quiet, agonizing decision to cooperate, choosing their future over her own continued reign, proving that even the most hardened leaders have a human core that can be leveraged if one knows where to look. Along the rugged, windswept coast of New England in the 1980s, where generations of families had lived by the rhythms of the sea, a different kind of harvest was being reaped. The docks, the seafood markets, and even the local unions were quietly controlled by the Moretti family, an offshoot of a larger New York syndicate. At the heart of their silent dominion was a weathered fisherman named Pete Marino. Pete wasn't a capo, but his quiet influence and unwavering loyalty to the family was legendary, making him the keeper of countless secrets, a living vault of illicit knowledge. How did a man so committed to silence, a man who saw Omerta not just as a rule but as a way of life, finally find his carefully constructed world eroding under the relentless pressure of a seemingly minor federal investigation? Pete Marino looked every inch the grizzled fisherman. His hands were calloused from years of hauling nets, his face etched with lines from sun and sea wind, and his eyes held a distant, knowing gaze. He owned a small, prosperous fishing fleet and a respected seafood distribution company, all seemingly legitimate. Yet, for decades, Pete was the silent conduit for the Moretti family's vast racketeering operations along the coast. He controlled the dock workers' union, ensuring that the family's preferred companies got all the lucrative shipping contracts. He facilitated the smuggling of untaxed goods, from illegal cigarettes to high-end electronics, using his fishing boats as discreet transport vessels. And, most importantly, he managed a vast network of loan sharking, preying on struggling fishermen and small business owners, weaving them into a web of financial dependency. Pete's strength wasn't his physicality. It was his quiet authority and the respect he commanded. He rarely gave direct orders. Instead, his words were suggestions, his presence a silent reminder of the family's reach. He embodied the old code of Omerta, the vow of silence, with an almost religious devotion. You could lean on Pete, knowing he would never break, never betray. He was the anchor of the Moretti's coastal empire, ensuring smooth operations, mediating disputes, and keeping the peace. A peace enforced by the unspoken understanding of what happened to those who dared to defy. The feds knew he was involved. They had informants who hinted at his power, but they could never get a direct line to his activities. He was a master of plausible deniability, his legitimate businesses providing perfect cover. The investigation that would eventually unravel Pete's world began not with a focus on organized crime, but with environmental protection. Federal agencies, particularly the EPA and NOAA, were increasingly concerned about illegal fishing practices, undeclared catches, fishing in protected waters, and the systematic evasion of quotas. These violations threatened not only the marine ecosystem but also the livelihoods of legitimate fishermen. A new, aggressive task force was formed, dedicated to meticulously tracking all fishing vessel movements, scrutinizing catch reports, and analyzing market data for inconsistencies. One of Pete's fishing captains, a younger, more aggressive man named Marco, began to cut corners. Driven by greed and a desire to impress, Marco started routinely exceeding quotas and fishing in restricted zones. He thought his connection to Pete and the Moretti family would protect him. He was wrong. The Environmental Task Force, using satellite tracking and advanced data analytics, flagged Marco's vessel for a series of highly suspicious activities. They weren't looking for racketeering or loan sharking. They were looking for environmental crimes, but the systematic patterns of Marco's illegal fishing were too blatant to ignore. When Marco's vessel was finally interdicted at sea and his illegal catch seized, he was furious, believing Pete would somehow make it disappear. But this was an entirely different kind of federal pressure. The charges against Marco were severe, not just fines, but potential forfeiture of his vessel and a lifetime ban from commercial fishing, effectively destroying his livelihood. Under intense pressure, with his entire world collapsing around him, Marco, who had once boasted of his loyalty, began to crack. He didn't initially give up the Moretti family's deeper secrets, but he did reveal the widespread system of bribes and coercion within the local unions and seafood markets that allowed him and others to evade regulations. He detailed how the old man, Pete Marino, orchestrated the control. This was the thread the federal investigators had been searching for. The environmental charges against Marco opened the door to a wider investigation into the economic control of the fishing industry. They started looking into Pete's seafood distribution company, not just for tax evasion, but for antitrust violations and illegal price manipulation, crimes that tied directly into his union control and racketeering. They began to see how the environmental violations were just a symptom of a much larger, insidious control over the entire industry. One bleak, rainy morning, as Pete was overseeing the unloading of a catch, a team of FBI agents and environmental investigators approached him. They didn't come with guns drawn, but with folders full of meticulously compiled evidence. Satellite imagery, altered catch logs, bank statements showing unusual payments to union officials, and finally, Marco's detailed testimony about Pete's influence. They presented Pete not with charges of murder or drug trafficking, but with an overwhelming case of environmental crimes, racketeering, and obstruction of justice, enough to put him away for the rest of his life, and to systematically dismantle his legitimate businesses and the fishing legacy he had meticulously built. Pete Marino, the man of unwavering silence, the bedrock of the Moretti's coastal operations, looked out at the churning gray sea. His code of omerta was strong, but it was designed for a different kind of war. This new fight, waged with satellites, data, and environmental regulations, had found a way to leverage the minor infractions of a greedy subordinate into a full-scale assault on his entire system. The unyielding tide of federal law, driven by a seemingly unrelated concern, had finally eroded the foundations of his silent empire, proving that even the strongest walls can crumble when attacked from an unexpected direction. What happens when the very silence one upholds becomes the loudest proof of their involvement? In the hallowed halls of a prestigious European university in the late 1990s, where intellectual pursuits reigned supreme, Professor Alastair Finch was a respected figure. Known for his groundbreaking work in economics and his seemingly innocuous consulting firm, he moved through academic circles with an air of quiet brilliance. Yet, beneath the veneer of erudition, Alastair was secretly the architect of a sophisticated money laundering operation for a sprawling international crime syndicate. He laundered billions, making dirty money disappear into the global financial system with an almost artistic flair. But how did a man so adept at hiding illicit wealth, a man whose mind was his greatest weapon, leave a subtle trail that ultimately betrayed his hidden life to the unassuming eyes of tax investigators? Professor Finch was the embodiment of understated intellect. His tweed jackets and absent-minded demeanor were perfectly suited to his role as a distinguished academic. His lectures on international finance were renowned for their clarity and insight, often attended by students who had no idea their professor was applying those very principles to a far more clandestine curriculum. His small, private consulting firm, Global Financial Advisory, housed in a discreet office near the university, was his legitimate front, offering advice to various corporations and, ostensibly, helping them navigate complex international tax laws. For the consortium, a loose alliance of Eastern European and South American criminal organizations dealing in everything from high-tech smuggling to human trafficking, Alastair was an invaluable asset. He wasn't involved in their violent exploits. He was the pure intellect, the financial alchemist who transformed their vast, illicit profits into legitimate assets. His method was intricate and elegant, involving layers of shell companies in offshore havens, complex derivatives trading, and strategic investments in seemingly undervalued global markets. He would move money from a Swiss bank to a private equity fund in Luxembourg, then through a series of trusts in the Caribbean, before it resurfaced as clean capital invested in real estate in London or art in New York. His skill was not just in hiding money, but in making it grow, leveraging global markets to expand the syndicate's wealth. His motivation wasn't purely greed. Alistair was drawn to the intellectual challenge, the intricate puzzle of outwitting financial regulations. There was a thrill in operating at such a high level of clandestine finance, a sense of intellectual superiority that appealed to his analytical mind. The criminals respected his genius and paid him handsomely, granting him a lavish lifestyle that his academic salary alone could never provide. He built a fortress of anonymity around himself, communicating only through encrypted channels, meeting clients in neutral, nondescript locations, and ensuring no direct link between himself and the illicit origins of the money. The unraveling began not with a criminal investigation, but with a routine, albeit comprehensive, tax audit of Global Financial Advisory. A diligent but unflashy tax investigator named Anya Sharma, working for a national revenue agency, was tasked with reviewing smaller consulting firms that had shown consistent, yet modest, profits over several years. What caught her eye wasn't anything overtly illegal, but a series of subtle anomalies in Alistair's firm's financial statements. The firm's overheads, particularly for international travel and specialized financial software, seemed disproportionately high compared to its declared income and client list. The discrepancies were slight, almost negligible, but Anya had a meticulous eye for patterns. She noticed, for instance, a curious consistency in the timing of certain large, non-reimbursable expenses, which often coincided with global financial events or specific market shifts that Alistair had written about in his academic papers. It was almost as if his consulting fees were tied to events far beyond the scope of a typical small firm. She also found that his personal investments, while appearing legitimate, showed an uncanny ability to predict market movements, generating returns that seemed almost impossibly good for a man managing a modest consulting practice. It was like watching a gambler who always won, but through purely legal means. Anya's investigation wasn't a manhunt. It was a slow, methodical dissection of financial data. She began to cross-reference Alistair's academic publications and public statements with his firm's financial activities, finding subtle parallels between his theoretical economic models and the practical, real-world movements of money through his firm. She realized he was not just predicting market trends. He was manipulating money within them, leveraging his insights in ways that went far beyond ethical consulting. The moment it all unraveled came when Anya presented her findings to a team of senior tax officials and, eventually, specialized financial crime investigators. She didn't have direct proof of money laundering for a criminal syndicate. What she had was an overwhelming, statistically improbable pattern of financial anomalies, combined with Alistair's unique intellectual profile and access to the very systems he seemed to be exploiting. She presented a compelling case that Alistair Finch was not merely a brilliant academic with a successful side business, but a financial ghost, operating in the shadows of the global economy, making untraceable money appear legitimate with breathtaking precision. When Alistair was finally confronted, not in a dark alley, but in the polished conference room of the tax agency, he initially denied everything. But as Anya systematically laid out her findings, connecting the dots between his academic theories and his firm's shadowy financial practices, a flicker of recognition, and perhaps even grudging admiration, crossed his face. He saw his own intellectual fingerprint in her meticulous analysis. He realized that his pride, his very brilliance, had been his undoing. He had crafted a financial system so elegant, so precise, that it stood out as an intellectual anomaly to an equally precise observer. His secret life was exposed not by a violent act or a desperate informant, but by the quiet, unrelenting logic of numbers, interpreted by someone with the patience to truly see the patterns he had created. What subtle mark had Alistair left, inadvertently, that allowed his intricate dance of deception to be finally seen for what it was? His own genius, expressed in the very sophistication of his laundering schemes, had become the signature that betrayed him. In the glittering heart of 1970s Atlantic City, a city poised on the brink of a gambling boom, the magnificent Grand Ocean Casino stood as a beacon of opulence and aspiration. It was ostensibly owned by a consortium of legitimate businessmen, But behind the polished marble and clinking slot machines, the notorious Gallo crime family held the real power. For years, the Grand Ocean was their cash cow, a seemingly endless source of untaxed millions flowing directly into their coffers, orchestrated by a highly placed, seemingly incorruptible casino executive named Vincent, the Vault Giordano. How did a man, so meticulously shielded by layers of respectability and corporate structure, become the unwitting instrument of the casino's spectacular undoing, not through direct exposure, but through an internal fracture that revealed the very system he protected? Vincent Giordano was the quintessential casino man. Smooth, impeccably dressed, with an affable demeanor that instantly put high rollers at ease. As the vice president of operations for the Grand Ocean, he managed everything from the gaming floor to the lavish hotel suites, projecting an image of unflappable competence. Publicly, he was a pillar of the community, a generous donor to local charities, and a shrewd businessman admired for his ability to navigate the complex regulatory landscape of a burgeoning gambling mecca. Privately, however, Vincent was the Gallo family's most trusted asset, the architect of their sophisticated skimming operation. His role was far more subtle than simply stuffing cash into bags. Vincent designed the intricate system that allowed millions to be siphoned off the top before the official count. He ensured that the counting room staff were compliant, either through generous bribes or quiet intimidation. He manipulated inventory records for chips and dice, ensuring discrepancies that allowed ghost winnings to be declared and then funneled out. He even oversaw the discreet transportation of cash, using seemingly legitimate vendor payments and payrolls as covers. The brilliance of his system was its inherent invisibility. The books, to any external auditor, always seemed perfectly balanced, the profits just within expected ranges, making the skim nearly undetectable. For years, federal agents and state gambling regulators suspected the Gallo family's deep involvement in the Grand Ocean, but they couldn't prove it. Vincent was too careful, too insulated by layers of corporate bureaucracy and dummy corporations. He never met with known mobsters in public, and his communications were always veiled, indirect, and conducted through cutouts. He was an unseen hand, guiding the flow of illicit money with the precision of a master conductor, making the Grand Ocean a seemingly legitimate, spectacularly profitable venture, all while enriching the Gallo family beyond their wildest dreams. The pressure on the Gallo family, however, began to mount from an unexpected source: internal rivalries. A younger, more volatile faction within the family, led by the impatient and aggressive Angelo, the Axe Rizzo, felt that Vincent's methods were too slow, too cautious. Angelo believed they could extract far more cash, far more quickly, by taking over more direct control of the casino's day-to-day finances. He saw Vincent's meticulousness as a sign of weakness, rather than strength. This internal power struggle brewed quietly, threatening the delicate balance that Vincent had maintained for so long. Angelo began to subtly undermine Vincent's authority. He approached key counting room personnel directly, offering them larger, immediate payouts for bypassing Vincent's established protocols. He pressured pit bosses to inflate junket expenses, funneling the excess directly to his faction, rather than through Vincent's system. These actions created chaos, disrupting the smooth, invisible flow of the skim. The books, once meticulously balanced by Vincent, began to show minor, yet growing, inconsistencies, too many chips unaccounted for, too many declared losses that didn't align with actual play. The unraveling began when a veteran casino auditor, a quiet woman named Sarah Chun, noticed a peculiar pattern of increasing junket expenses that suddenly spiked when the casino was operating at lower capacity. It was a statistical anomaly that didn't make sense. Sarah, who had a reputation for dogged persistence, started pulling deeper records, noticing that these spikes consistently correlated with transactions approved by Angelo Rizzo's associates. bypassing Vincent's usual channels. She didn't yet know it was mob-related. She just knew something was fundamentally wrong with the casino's financial reporting. Her meticulous audit, initially focused on internal inconsistencies, soon caught the attention of state gaming regulators. They sent in their own team, expanding the investigation. As they delved deeper, they found growing evidence of systemic fraud. Not just the subtle skim Vincent had perfected, but the crude, aggressive looting initiated by Angelo's faction. The uncoordinated actions of Angelo's crew, driven by immediate greed, had shattered the delicate balance of Vincent's long-standing system, leaving behind obvious, glaring financial discrepancies. One afternoon, as Vincent was overseeing a high-stakes baccarat game, a team of impeccably dressed state regulators and FBI agents arrived. They didn't have a warrant for Vincent directly. Instead, they presented the casino's board of directors with an overwhelming dossier of financial irregularities, outright fraud, and regulatory violations so severe that it threatened the immediate revocation of the Grand Ocean's gambling license. The evidence wasn't about who controlled the casino, but how the casino was being systematically plundered from within, leaving undeniable evidence of criminal activity. Vincent watched, stoic, as the legitimate owners stared at the damning evidence. He understood immediately. His careful system, designed for a singular, controlled skim, had been corrupted and exposed by the reckless greed of Angelo's faction. They hadn't betrayed Vincent directly, but their brazen actions had left a trail of financial wreckage so obvious that it couldn't be ignored. Facing financial ruin and the imminent closure of their prized casino, the legitimate owners, now seeing the extent of the internal looting and fearing the complete loss of their investment, quietly agreed to cooperate, turning over the reins to the investigators and revealing the true power structure. The Grand Ocean, a monument to the Gallo family's hidden influence, ultimately crumbled not from an external assault, but from a fatal internal fracture, revealing that even the most well-hidden empires can be undone by the unchecked ambition of those within their own ranks. In the bustling port cities of southern France during the 1990s, where the Mediterranean sun kissed ancient stone, a sophisticated smuggling network thrived, moving everything from stolen luxury goods to untaxed tobacco across borders with uncanny precision. At the heart of this intricate operation was Jean-Luc Dubois, known in the underworld as Le Maestro. His genius lay in his ability to choreograph complex logistical operations, moving illicit cargo through a symphony of legitimate shipping lanes, customs checkpoints, and seemingly innocuous warehouses. But what small, almost imperceptible misstep, what misplaced note in his grand orchestration, ultimately allowed a vigilant customs agent to finally disrupt his flawless performance. Jean-Luc Dubois was a man of refined tastes and an unassuming appearance. He owned a legitimate import-export business that specialized in high-end wines and gourmet foods, projecting an image of quiet success. He drove a modest car, lived in a comfortable but unextravagant home, and was a familiar, respected face at local business gatherings. Yet, beneath this veneer of middle-class respectability lay a mind of extraordinary organizational prowess, a logistical savant capable of orchestrating a complex ballet of illicit goods across an international stage. For a diverse array of criminal organizations, from arms dealers to art thieves, Jean-Luc was an indispensable asset. He wasn't a gangster in the traditional sense. He abhorred violence and rarely dealt directly with the criminal elements themselves. Instead, he was the logistical genius, the man who made impossible deliveries happen. His system involved a network of bribed customs officials, unwitting shipping companies, and a brilliant use of blind spots in international trade regulations. He would consolidate illicit cargo, a container of stolen antique furniture, a pallet of high-grade counterfeit electronics, or a shipment of untaxed cigarettes within legitimate shipments, often disguised as perfectly ordinary goods. He'd schedule deliveries through ports with known lax oversight or during shift changes, relying on meticulously timed paperwork and precisely orchestrated movements. Jean-Luc's reputation was built on his meticulousness. Every detail was accounted for, every contingency planned. His communications were coded, his routes varied, and his network of associates was compartmentalized, ensuring that no single individual knew the entire scope of his operations. He understood that the key to sustained success in smuggling wasn't about overpowering the law, but about outthinking it, operating in the subtle spaces between regulations, making his illicit cargo disappear into the vast ocean of global trade. For years, customs agencies across Europe knew there was a maestro orchestrating these large-scale movements. But he remained an elusive phantom, his methods too sophisticated, his trail too faint. The unraveling began with a seemingly minor incident at a secondary port in Marseille. A new customs agent, a sharp-eyed woman named Isabelle Moreau, was conducting a routine inspection of a container declared as carrying French artisanal cheeses bound for the UK. The paperwork was immaculate, the manifest perfectly aligned. However, Isabelle, still relatively new and perhaps overzealous, noticed something subtly off. The weight of the container, while within the declared range, felt marginally heavier than it should have been for that specific type and quantity of cheese, based on her training. It was an intuition, a tiny discord in the symphony of data. Her supervisor, initially dismissive of such a minor discrepancy, eventually allowed her to conduct a more thorough, non-invasive scan. The scan revealed solid blocks within the cheese pallets that were not consistent with cheese packaging. Further inspection, which had to be cleared with higher authorities given the clean paperwork, revealed thousands of cartons of untaxed high-end cigarettes, perfectly hidden within the legitimate cargo. The smugglers had overestimated the density of their product versus the declared cheese by a fraction of a percentage point. A tiny oversight, but enough to trigger Isabelle's keen observational skills. The bust was significant, but what truly interested investigators was the impeccable quality of the disguise and the flawless paperwork. It pointed to a master orchestrator. They began to trace the shipping company, the declared exporter, one of Jean-Luc's fronts, and the importer. What they discovered was a network of shell companies that individually seemed innocuous, but when mapped out, revealed a complex, interconnected web all linked to Jean-Luc Dubois's seemingly legitimate import-export business. They didn't have direct evidence of Jean-Luc himself, but the pattern of smart smuggling. The use of legitimate businesses, sophisticated layering, and impeccable documentation was his signature. They started to build a profile, analyzing every shipment connected to his various companies, looking for similar, almost imperceptible, misplaced notes in his logistical symphony. They found instances where declared weights were slightly off, where shipping routes made minor, inexplicable detours, or where certain customs agents, surprisingly, always seemed to be on duty when his shipments passed through. One crisp morning, as Jean-Luc was reviewing shipping manifests at his office, the customs agency, along with financial police, arrived. They didn't seize drugs or guns. They presented him with an overwhelming case built on statistical anomalies, financial tracing, and the detailed analysis of dozens of perfectly legal-looking shipping manifests that, when viewed collectively, told a different story. They showed him the precise calculations of the overweight cheese container, the slight deviation in density that had been his undoing. Jean-Luc, the maestro, looked at the detailed report, tracing the precise measurements and calculations. He saw the single, tiny error in his perfect orchestration, the misplaced note in his grand symphony of smuggling. His meticulousness had been his greatest asset, but it also meant that even the smallest flaw was a glaring departure from his own high standards. He had believed his system was impenetrable, that no one would notice the subtle variations. He had underestimated the tenacity of a single, observant agent and the evolving capabilities of data analysis. His downfall wasn't a violent confrontation or a disloyal subordinate, but the quiet, relentless pursuit of a tiny, overlooked detail, proving that even the most elaborate deceptions can collapse under the weight of an almost imperceptible flaw. What other subtle, seemingly insignificant details had Jean-Luc, in his pursuit of perfection, inadvertently woven into his own unraveling? The bustling port of Hamburg, Germany, during the 1980s, where colossal container ships docked like titans, the shipping empire of Klaus Richter was an industrial marvel. From his opulent, yet understated, office overlooking the Elbe, Richter orchestrated a vast global logistics network, moving legitimate cargo across oceans with unparalleled efficiency. To the world, he was a shrewd, respected businessman, a titan of industry. Yet, for years, Richter was also the silent baron of a sprawling illicit trade, covertly transporting stolen goods, untaxed luxury items, and even precursor chemicals for drug manufacturing, all hidden within the legitimate flow of his vast shipping operations. How did a man who commanded such immense logistical power, a man who saw the sea as his personal domain, finally find his impervious empire compromised by invisible leaks that emerged not from within his fleet, but from the unlikeliest of sources? A seemingly minor dispute over intellectual property. Klaus Richter was a man of imposing stature and quiet authority. He spoke several languages fluently, possessed a keen understanding of global commerce, and commanded respect from dockworkers to international trade ministers. His company, Richter Maritime, was renowned for its reliability and its cutting-edge shipping technology. He lived a life of refined luxury, enjoying classical music, fine wines, and the solitude of his expansive country estate. Yet, his legitimate enterprise served as an impenetrable shield for his far more lucrative illicit activities. For a diverse array of international criminal groups, Richter was an indispensable, if distant, partner. He didn't engage in their brutal street-level activities. He was the logistics king, the man who could make anything, no matter how sensitive or illegal, disappear into the global supply chain and reappear at its destination without a trace. His method was ingeniously simple. He exploited the sheer volume of global trade. Within his millions of legitimate containers, a few hundred or even a few thousand would carry illicit cargo. These containers would be meticulously documented with fake manifests, routed through multiple transshipment points, and cleared by bribed customs officials in various ports around the world. Richter's genius lay in his ability to make these illicit shipments appear as statistically insignificant anomalies within the colossal flow of his legitimate operations, making them almost impossible to detect. His power came from his comprehensive control over every aspect of his shipping empire. He owned the vessels, the port facilities, the trucking companies, and even held sway over certain dockworker unions. This vertical integration gave him unparalleled ability to manipulate schedules, reroute shipments, and ensure that his illicit cargo moved with maximum discretion and minimal risk. He had cultivated a network of loyal, well-compensated associates who would never betray him, ensuring that his secrets remained buried deep within the complex machinery of global commerce. The initial crack in Richter's formidable armor came not from a criminal investigation, but from a seemingly mundane legal battle. A smaller, innovative German logistics software firm accused Richter Maritime of intellectual property theft, claiming Richter had incorporated their proprietary algorithms for optimizing shipping routes and cargo consolidation into his own systems without compensation. Richter, a man who rarely tolerated being challenged, dismissed the lawsuit as a nuisance, confident in his legal team's ability to bury the smaller firm in paperwork. However, the lawsuit granted the smaller firm's legal team, led by a persistent young lawyer named Lena Schmidt, access to an unprecedented amount of Richter Maritime's internal data during the discovery process. Lena wasn't looking for criminal activity. She was looking for evidence of algorithmic similarity. But as she meticulously sifted through millions of lines of data, shipping manifests, route optimization logs, cargo consolidation reports, she began to notice subtle, peculiar patterns that had nothing to do with intellectual property. She found that while the vast majority of Richter's shipping was efficiently routed, a small, statistically improbable percentage of containers, always from specific origin points and destined for particular, seemingly random locations, consistently took longer, more circuitous routes. These anomalous routes, while inefficient from a purely logistical standpoint, always seemed to involve specific transshipment ports with known lax oversight. Furthermore, the declared contents of these specific containers, when analyzed against their shipping weight and volume, often showed minor, inexplicable discrepancies. These were not the massive inconsistencies that would trigger a customs alert, but subtle variations that only became apparent when viewed through a sophisticated data analysis lens. Lena, with her focus on patterns and data anomalies, brought her observations to her lead counsel, suggesting that these inefficient shipments might be masking something else. Her findings, while not direct proof of criminal activity, were enough to pique the interest of a specialized financial crimes unit within the German Federal Criminal Police, BKA, who were quietly investigating the flow of illegal goods into Europe. They began to cross-reference Lena's identified anomalous shipments with their own intelligence on stolen goods, drug precursors, and untaxed luxury items. The overlap was staggering. One overcast morning, as Richter was overseeing the launch of a new, state-of-the-art container vessel, a team of BKA agents arrived at his office. They didn't come with guns or bluster. They came with detailed printouts, not of criminal manifests, but of Lena Schmidt's data analysis reports, highlighting the statistically improbable routes and weight discrepancies. They showed him how his own optimized systems, when analyzed meticulously, inadvertently revealed the ghost of his illicit operations, the inefficiencies that were, in fact, his sophisticated cover. Klaus Richter, the silent baron who had believed his empire was impenetrable, looked at the data. He saw how the very sophistication of his logistical planning, the intricate efficiency he prided himself on, had ultimately provided the framework for his exposure. His illicit operations, designed to be invisible within the legitimate, had left behind a unique, quantifiable signature of inefficiency that, when properly interpreted, screamed of hidden purpose. His downfall was not from a daring raid or a turncoat associate, but from the quiet, relentless scrutiny of data, triggered by a seemingly trivial legal dispute, proving that sometimes the most impenetrable fortresses are breached not by force, but by the relentless pursuit of overlooked patterns. What other subtle, seemingly insignificant patterns might be lurking, waiting to reveal the truth in the vast ocean of global data? For decades, the seemingly impenetrable legal shield protecting the notorious Valenti crime family wasn't found in corrupt judges or silenced witnesses, but in the brilliant, calculating mind of their consigliere, Salvatore "Sal" Costanza. He moved through courtrooms like a shadow, turning slam-dunk cases into acquittals with a whisper and a well-placed brief, ensuring the Valenti organization operated with an almost infuriating immunity. But how could a man who so expertly manipulated the legal system, who built his entire career on obscuring truth, be ultimately undone by the very meticulousness he brought to his clandestine work, revealing a silent, self-made prison of his own making? Salvatore Costanza was a figure of quiet distinction in the New York legal landscape of the 1980s and 90s. Educated at Ivy League institutions with a sharp intellect and an uncanny memory for legal precedent, he could have commanded a top-tier corporate practice. Instead, he chose to serve the Valenti family, becoming their most valuable asset. He wasn't a mobster in the crude sense. He abhorred violence and rarely raised his voice. His weapons were legal codes, persuasive arguments, and a profound understanding of human nature's vulnerabilities. He appeared in court impeccably dressed, always calm, often carrying a well-worn leather briefcase that seemed to contain the very keys to judicial victory. Sal's genius lay in his ability to exploit every conceivable loophole in the justice system. When a Valenti associate was indicted, Sal would orchestrate a campaign of subtle, yet relentless, obstruction. Witnesses might receive anonymous phone calls hinting at their family's vulnerabilities, or their financial affairs might suddenly become the subject of an unexpected audit. Jurors, seemingly picked at random, would often turn out to have unspoken biases, or their businesses might experience a sudden downturn. These were not overt threats, but carefully calibrated suggestions and coincidences that, while leaving no direct trace of Valenti involvement, inevitably swayed outcomes. He became a master of paralysis by analysis, overwhelming prosecutors with mountains of irrelevant discovery, challenging every procedural detail and demanding endless delays. This strategy often exhausted the state's resources and the jury's patience, leading to mistrials or plea bargains that vastly understated the true severity of the Valenti family's crimes. From racketeering to complex financial fraud, Sal consistently steered his clients away from lengthy sentences, allowing the Valenti empire to continue its expansion into construction, waste management, and illicit financial services, all while projecting an air of impenetrable power. For years, federal and state prosecutors were baffled. They knew Sal was the architect behind the Valenti's legal resilience, yet they could never directly connect him to witness tampering or obstruction. His office was always pristine, his conversations guarded, his paper trail clean. He operated through a series of cutouts and proxies, ensuring plausible deniability at every turn. He truly believed his system was foolproof, a testament to his intellectual superiority over the plodding, rule-bound government agencies. Unknown to even the Valenti bosses, Sal harbored a personal obsession, an almost artistic pride in his work. He kept meticulously detailed, handwritten journals in a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf in his home study. These weren't mere notes. They were a coded chronicle of every legal maneuver, every favor called in, every witness persuaded, every judge influenced. He documented the precise mechanisms of his legal deceptions, often using cryptic shorthand and elaborate metaphors to describe his actions. He saw these journals not as incriminating evidence, but as a secret history of his unparalleled achievements, a personal library of cunning and control. The unraveling began not with a direct investigation into the Valenti family, but with an unrelated, low-level audit of a seemingly legitimate real estate holding company that Sal owned. The IRS flagged a series of unusual tax write-offs related to consulting fees paid to various offshore entities. A junior IRS agent, Frank Gallo, tasked with reviewing the case, found the financial discrepancies odd but insufficient for a major investigation. However, during a routine search warrant executed on the real estate firm's offices for unrelated tax fraud, agents stumbled upon a curious, encrypted file on an old, disused computer. The file contained what appeared to be innocuous financial projections, but Frank's keen eye noticed unusual patterns in the data structure, suggesting a deliberate attempt to hide information rather than simply store it. With specialized forensics, the encrypted file was cracked. It contained a digital copy of one of Sal's coded journals. It wasn't immediately legible, but the consistent patterns of the codes, cross-referenced with public court records and Valenti arrests, allowed federal investigators to begin slowly deciphering its contents. The consulting fees in the real estate audit, for instance, were meticulously documented in the journal, revealing their true purpose: payments for witness intimidation and judicial influence. The moment it all unraveled for Sal came not in a courtroom or a dark alley, but in the quiet of his own home. Federal agents, armed with a search warrant specific to his coded journals, entered his study. They found the hidden compartment, revealing dozens of leather-bound books. Sal, confronted with the physical manifestation of his secret intellectual vanity, his meticulously kept records of every manipulation and subversion of justice, felt his carefully constructed world collapse. He had wanted to document his genius, to create an undeniable record of his silent triumphs, But in doing so, he had inadvertently created the most damning evidence against himself. The journals, once deciphered, provided a breathtakingly detailed roadmap of the Valenti family's operations and Sal's central role in corrupting the justice system. He was charged not just with racketeering, but with dozens of counts of obstruction of justice and conspiracy, all meticulously detailed in his own hand. His meticulousness, the very trait he prided himself on, became the silent witness against him, proving that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are the ones we choose to record, believing them to be safe within our own clever code. What other silent confessions, meticulously hidden, might be lurking in the shadows of seemingly innocuous details? In the exclusive, hushed world of high-end art dealing in the bustling cultural centers of Europe in the 1990s, Julian Thorne was a name whispered with respect. His galleries in London and Paris showcased exquisite pieces. His eye for authenticity was legendary, and his reputation as a connoisseur was impeccable. Yet, beneath this veneer of sophisticated artistry, Thorne was the financial mastermind behind a vast, international art forgery ring and the primary money launderer for a shadowy criminal syndicate known as the Collectors. He moved millions through fake masterpieces, turning ill-gotten gains into seemingly legitimate cultural treasures. But what subtle flaw, what artistic signature in his meticulously crafted forgeries finally allowed a relentless art historian to detect the cracks in his perfectly rendered deception? Julian Thorne was the picture of an affluent art dealer, immaculately dressed, silver-haired, with an encyclopedic knowledge of art history and a charm that could disarm even the most skeptical buyer. He cultivated an air of quiet authority, his voice soft, his gaze intense as he discussed provenance and brushstrokes. His galleries were sanctuaries of beauty, attracting wealthy collectors and institutions alike. Yet, these legitimate fronts were merely the sophisticated canvas upon which he painted his illicit empire. For the Collectors, a syndicate dealing in everything from antiquities, theft to sophisticated financial fraud, Thorne was their artistic alchemist. He provided the perfect mechanism to launder vast sums of dirty money. He didn't just sell forgeries. He commissioned them from a team of highly skilled, reclusive artists he had personally trained. These forgers were masters of their craft, capable of replicating the styles of old masters and celebrated modernists with breathtaking accuracy. Thorne would then meticulously create false provenance documents, constructing elaborate backstories for each piece, often involving obscure European estates or long-forgotten private collections. The system was brilliant in its simplicity. A piece of newly discovered art would be sold for millions, the cash flowing through Thorne's legitimate galleries, cleansed and ready for use by the Collectors. The allure of a unique, authenticated masterpiece meant few questioned the prices, and the process was so convincing that even seasoned experts were fooled. Thorne's genius lay not just in the quality of the forgeries, but in his understanding of the art market psychology. The desire for exclusivity, the cachet of a new find, and the subtle ways to bypass rigorous authentication processes through carefully placed endorsements and expert opinions. For years, the art world buzzed with whispers of an anonymous collector finding an unusual number of previously unknown works by famous artists. But no one could pinpoint the source of the influx. Law enforcement, on the other hand, often found their money laundering investigations dead-ending at Thorne's galleries, only to be met with legitimate sales receipts and impeccable paperwork. He was a ghost in the market, making dirty money disappear into the beauty of art itself. The unraveling began not with a criminal investigation, but with a highly specialized academic study. Dr. Evelyn Reed, a renowned art historian with a particular expertise in 19th century French Impressionism, was compiling a definitive catalogue raisonné of a specific, lesser-known artist, Claude Dubois. Over several years, Dr. Reed had meticulously documented every known work by Dubois, employing cutting-edge forensic art analysis. including pigment analysis, canvas weave examination, and historical provenance tracing. When a newly discovered Du Bois painting surfaced through Thorne's gallery, Dr. Reed was initially thrilled. It was a beautiful piece, seemingly authentic. However, as she began to incorporate it into her catalog, she noticed a subtle, almost imperceptible inconsistency. The brushwork, while masterful, contained a recurring, idiosyncratic stroke that she had never observed in any of Du Bois's confirmed works, but had seen in a completely unrelated contemporary artist's work. It was a stylistic tell, a ghost signature that was almost invisible to the naked eye, but stood out glaringly to her hyper-specialized expertise. This particular stroke, subtle as it was, became Dr. Reed's misplaced note in Thorne's artistic symphony. She suspected, but couldn't yet prove, a forgery. Dr. Reed, with the quiet tenacity of a true scholar, expanded her investigation. She began to re-examine other newly discovered works that had passed through Thorne's galleries, particularly those by lesser-known artists where the forensic analysis might be less established. She enlisted colleagues to help, discreetly comparing brushstroke patterns, pigment compositions, and even the aging cracks in the paint. What she found, across several paintings supposedly by different artists, was the same subtle, recurring ghost signature, the same idiosyncratic stroke, the same unusual cracking pattern, a hallmark of a single, highly skilled forger rather than multiple different old masters. The moment it all unraveled for Julian Thorne came when Dr. Reed, armed with irrefutable forensic evidence and her meticulous cross-analysis, approached Interpol's art crime unit. She didn't accuse Thorne of being a mobster. She presented a meticulously detailed academic case that proved several key pieces of art sold through his galleries were sophisticated forgeries, sharing a common, detectable artistic signature. This wasn't about criminal intent. It was about artistic deception, but the implications were profound. When Interpol agents, working with financial police, arrived at Thorne's gallery, they weren't looking for guns or drugs. They were looking for inconsistencies in provenance, for hidden studios, and for the financial trails of the sales of these now discredited masterpieces. Thorne, confronted with Dr. Reed's forensic analysis, the precise measurements and comparisons of brushstrokes, and the undeniable patterns of forgery, realized his artistic genius had been his undoing. He had poured so much of his own artistic soul into training his forgers, into perfecting the illusion, that he had inadvertently embedded a unique, detectable signature, a silent confession, into the very works meant to deceive. His downfall wasn't a violent bust or a turncoat, but the quiet, relentless pursuit of artistic truth by a dedicated scholar, proving that even the most beautiful deceptions can be exposed by the sharpest eyes, attuned to the most subtle of flaws. What other subtle, seemingly insignificant flaws might be hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right observer to reveal the true picture? In the vibrant, sprawling metropolis of a major American city in the late 1980s, Mayor Thomas "Tommy" Brennan was a beloved figure. He spoke eloquently of urban renewal, oversaw massive public works projects, and championed community initiatives, earning him widespread adoration and an unassailable political machine. Yet, beneath the polished facade of civic leadership, Brennan was the silent architect of a vast, systemic bribery and racketeering scheme that allowed the city's largest crime family, the Santangelos, to grow unchecked, embedding themselves into the very infrastructure of the city. How did a politician, so adept at cultivating public trust and shielding his illicit activities behind legitimate government processes, ultimately expose himself through the very nature of the prosperity he orchestrated, leaving a pattern of gifts that was too generous to be ignored? Mayor Brennan was the epitome of the charismatic politician. Charming, articulate, and possessing an almost supernatural ability to connect with voters. He oversaw a period of unprecedented economic growth and development, initiating massive construction projects, urban revitalization programs, and public service expansions. His office was a hive of activity, constantly buzzing with developers, union leaders, and community organizers. Yet, for all his public service, Brennan was the indispensable fixer for the Santangelo crime family, ensuring their dominance over municipal contracts, zoning approvals, and various illicit rackets. His method was never crude or overt. Brennan didn't accept suitcases of cash in back alleys. Instead, his corruption was far more sophisticated, relying on a system of golden handshakes and favors. Developers who wished to secure lucrative city contracts understood that they needed to hire specific, Santangelo-controlled construction firms or use their specific material suppliers. Zoning variances for new projects always seemed to favor businesses with quiet ties to the family. And lucrative city service contracts, from waste management to vending machines in public buildings, were always awarded to companies that were, in fact, thinly veiled Santangelo fronts. Brennan's genius lay in his ability to make these arrangements appear entirely legitimate. He'd cite competitive bidding processes, economic development initiatives, or community benefit clauses to justify his decisions. He ensured that the paper trail for these transactions was always meticulously clean, with multiple layers of shell corporations and legal agreements designed to obscure the ultimate beneficiaries. His control was absolute, yet invisible, making the Santangelo family an integral, if hidden, part of the city's economic prosperity. For years, federal investigators struggled to penetrate his political machine, always encountering a wall of plausible deniability and a seemingly legitimate process. The unraveling began not with a criminal investigation, but with a series of investigative reports by a local, independent newspaper. A tenacious young journalist, Sarah Jenkins, was working on a story about the booming real estate market and the sudden influx of development projects in certain, previously overlooked neighborhoods. She began to notice a peculiar pattern. Many of the most successful developers and contractors on city projects seemed to have, at some point, made surprisingly generous campaign contributions or charitable donations to a specific obscure foundation associated with Mayor Brennan's wife. The amounts were not illegal, but they were consistently high and always preceded a major contract award. Sarah's investigation wasn't about proving corruption directly. It was about connecting dots, identifying patterns that, individually, might seem innocuous, but collectively painted a compelling picture. She discovered that this pattern of donations extended across multiple sectors, from waste management companies receiving city contracts to vending machine suppliers operating in public schools. The golden handshakes were not direct payments, but indirect gifts, channeled through seemingly legitimate charitable or political entities, ensuring that Brennan's family, rather than Brennan himself, benefited from the hidden largesse. Her meticulously researched articles, while not making outright accusations, simply presented the undeniable correlation between donations to the mayor's wife's foundation and the recipients of lucrative city contracts. The public, initially adoring of Brennan, began to whisper. These whispers caught the attention of federal prosecutors who had long suspected Brennan's involvement with the Santangelos, but lacked a clear entry point. Sarah's reporting provided the crucial link, a consistent, documented pattern of what appeared to be influence peddling, meticulously veiled as legitimate charitable giving. The moment it all unraveled for Mayor Brennan came when federal investigators, armed with Sarah's detailed timelines and their own accumulated intelligence, executed a series of search warrants on the various charitable foundations linked to his wife. They weren't looking for direct payments to Brennan, but for the intricate financial records detailing the flow of money from Santangelo-controlled businesses and their associates through the foundations and into the personal accounts of Brennan's extended family. They found not a single incriminating transaction, but a vast, undeniable pattern of indirect enrichment, a system so pervasive and consistent that it screamed of quid pro quo. Mayor Brennan, the master of plausible deniability, found his entire political machine collapsing under the weight of this indirect evidence. He had believed his system of gifts was untraceable, a sophisticated dance around the law. But the very generosity he orchestrated, the consistent pattern of these hidden payments, became his undoing. His downfall wasn't a caught-on-tape bribe or a turned associate, but the quiet, relentless pursuit of a tenacious journalist and federal investigators who meticulously pieced together a mosaic of seemingly legitimate transactions, revealing the true cost of his golden handshakes. What other hidden patterns, woven into the fabric of everyday transactions, might be waiting to reveal the true power behind the facade? In the labyrinthine backstreets of Boston's historic North End, Salvatore "Sal" Rossi was known simply as a master tailor. His small shop, redolent with the scent of fine wool and old leather, was a local institution, catering to politicians and dockworkers alike with equal, quiet deference. Yet, beneath the thrum of his sewing machine and the clatter of thimbles, Sal was the unseen orchestrator of one of the East Coast's most sophisticated illegal gambling syndicates. He moved millions through digital networks, his high-tech operation an invisible force, seemingly immune to detection. But what deeply personal, almost sentimental indulgence, what meticulously kept analog secret, ultimately provided the thread for law enforcement to pull, unraveling his perfectly tailored world. Salvatore Rossi was a man of unassuming demeanor, his hands gnarled from decades of cutting and stitching, his face a map of quiet concentration. He spoke in soft, measured tones, his advice on bespoke suits always impeccable. But behind the reinforced door of his tailor shop, accessible only to a select few, was a hidden room filled with banks of servers, glowing monitors, and an intricate network of encrypted communication channels. Sal was a digital phantom, a modern-day bookie who never took a physical bet, never met a player, and whose entire operation ran on algorithms and offshore servers. For years, Sal's gambling syndicate was untouchable. He employed a network of brilliant coders and analysts, all communicating through secure, ephemeral platforms. Wagers were placed and winnings dispersed through a dizzying array of cryptocurrencies and obscure digital payment systems, laundered through a global web of shell companies and microtransactions that made tracing their origin or destination an impossibility. Sal's genius lay in his understanding of both human nature, the insatiable desire to gamble, and the digital frontier, the vast, uncharted territory of anonymous financial transactions. He prided himself on leaving no physical trace, no paper trail, no human weakness for the authorities to exploit. He ran a clean, high-tech operation, earning him vast wealth and an almost mythical reputation among those in the know. Federal agencies, particularly the FBI's cybercrime division, knew of Sal's syndicate. They had intercepted encrypted messages, identified unusual patterns in online betting forums, and even conducted sting operations, but every lead ran cold. Sal's digital fortress was simply too robust, his anonymity too complete. They were chasing a ghost, a series of IP addresses and digital wallets, but never a tangible person. The crack in Sal's impenetrable armor came from a seemingly anachronistic passion: his deep love for antique pocket watches. Despite his high-tech criminal enterprise, Sal was a meticulous collector and restorer of these intricate timepieces. He found solace in their delicate mechanics, their history, and the quiet precision of their movements. In a hidden, fireproof safe in his workshop, he kept a large, leather-bound ledger, not for his gambling operations, but for his watches. In it, he painstakingly recorded every watch he acquired, its historical details, the repairs he performed, and his personal observations. This ledger was his personal sanctuary, a physical record of beauty and craftsmanship. Within this ledger, however, alongside the details of escapements and mainsprings, Sal, purely for his own intellectual satisfaction, began to record cryptic, numerical codes next to certain entries. These weren't related to the watch's value or repair. They were subtle, symbolic representations of significant wins and losses from his gambling operations. A personal, coded trophy cabinet of his triumphs and occasional failures, meticulously recorded in an analog format, almost as a challenge to himself, a testament to his own secret prowess. He considered these codes utterly harmless, purely personal, too abstract and too unrelated to ever be deciphered. The unraveling began when a local antique appraiser, a passionate horologist named Martha Kelly, was working with the Boston Police Department on a recent case of stolen antique watches from a private collection. The police had provided Martha with a list of known, reputable collectors and restorers in the area, hoping she might spot one of the missing pieces. During a routine, albeit thorough, visit to Sal's shop, she inquired about his collection. Sal, proud of his hobby, showed her his carefully curated display, and then, hesitantly, his personal ledger. Martha, while noting the exquisite detail on the watches, was particularly intrigued by the numerical codes in his ledger. They didn't align with any known appraisal or dating system for antique watches. Martha, an amateur cryptographer in her spare time, couldn't shake the odd numerical patterns. She didn't suspect criminal activity. She simply found the codes an intellectual puzzle. She asked Sal about them, and he offered a vague, dismissive explanation about personal numbering systems. But Martha's curiosity was piqued. She made subtle mental notes of the codes, cross-referencing them with the dates Sal had recorded. Slowly, painstakingly, she began to notice a correlation between the dates linked to Sal's coded entries and the dates of major sporting events, the Super Bowl, the World Series, the Kentucky Derby. The numbers, when analyzed in sequence, eerily mirrored betting odds or payout ratios. Martha, after weeks of quiet deduction, realized she wasn't looking at a personal eccentricity, but a coded financial record. She didn't understand the full scope, but the connection to major sporting events was undeniable. With a sense of trepidation, she brought her findings to the FBI. The moment it all unraveled for Salvatore Rossi came not with a digital raid or a server seizure, but with a quiet knock on his shop door. FBI agents, accompanied by Martha Kelly, walked into his workshop. They didn't mention encrypted networks or offshore accounts. Instead, they placed on his workbench a printed-out page from his own pocket watch ledger, highlighting the cryptic codes, and then another page showing the dates and corresponding betting lines for a series of major sporting events. Sal, the master of digital anonymity, stared at his own elegant handwriting, his meticulously crafted codes, now laid bare and deciphered. He had built an unbreachable fortress in the digital realm, but his personal pride, his artistic indulgence in antique mechanics, had led him to create a perfectly legible physical record of his illicit life, a self-made confession stitched into the fabric of his quiet passion. His downfall wasn't from a cyber attack or a turned associate, but from the quiet, relentless curiosity of an antique appraiser, proving that sometimes the most sophisticated deceptions are undone by the most unexpected and seemingly harmless personal details. What other quiet obsessions, meticulously maintained, might hold the key to an unseen truth? Sun-drenched chaos of Palermo's central train station, a forgotten briefcase, innocent in its leather casing, lay abandoned on a bench. Inside, nestled beneath a sheaf of outdated travel guides, was not money or documents, but a single, unusual microfiche, so small it could be mistaken for a forgotten slide. Young Vincenzo Enzo Rossi, a minor courier for the Volpe family, stumbled upon it, and what he eventually deciphered pointed to a smuggling route so audacious it seemed impossible. But who would truly believe a low-level errand runner with such a fantastic tale? And what dark currents would Enzo stir by attempting to bring the secret to light, hoping for recognition? Enzo was not born to the life of the honorata società, but rather drawn to its periphery by a yearning for belonging and a perceived path to prosperity. His days were spent ferrying envelopes between the family's various fronts: a fish market, a dry cleaner, a seemingly legitimate shipping company near the old docks. He saw himself as a stepping stone, a future made secure by loyalty and diligence. He admired the quiet authority of Don Carmine Volpe, a man whose presence, though rarely accompanied by overt displays of power, commanded absolute deference. The Don moved through Palermo like a shadow, unseen yet omnipresent, his decisions shaping fortunes and fates with a barely perceptible nod. The microfiche, however, was a deviation from Enzo's predictable routine. It became his secret project, a late-night puzzle under the weak glow of his bedside lamp. He used an old reader from his uncle's discarded office equipment, the kind used for architectural blueprints, and slowly, painstakingly, the blurred images on the screen resolved into maps. They weren't maps of Palermo, but of the ancient underground network of tunnels and catacombs beneath the city, traditionally thought to be mere tourist curiosities or forgotten relics. Except these maps had annotations, subtle lines connecting forgotten passages to disused warehouses near the harbor, to old fishing boats, and, most chillingly, to routes leading deep into the island's interior and beyond. This wasn't about local protection rackets or small-time gambling. This was a blueprint for a massive, multi-continental smuggling operation, likely narcotics or high-value contraband, utilizing Sicily's ancient bones as its clandestine arteries. Enzo's heart pounded with a mix of fear and exhilaration. He had stumbled upon something truly significant, something that could either elevate him or utterly destroy him. He saw it as an opportunity, a chance to prove his worth to the Dawn, to step out of the shadows of his mundane tasks. He imagined presenting this information, demonstrating his keen eye and loyalty, earning a place closer to the family's inner circle. He carefully copied fragments of the most revealing sections onto scraps of paper, hiding them amongst his mundane delivery documents. He decided to approach Don Volpe discreetly, subtly, during one of his rare direct interactions with the patriarch. His chance came a few weeks later. Enzo was tasked with delivering a package to the Don's villa, a grand, if slightly faded, estate overlooking the Tyrrhenian Sea. As he handed over the package in the Don's sun-drenched study, he casually mentioned, almost in passing, his fascination with Palermo's ancient underground. "It's remarkable, Don," Enzo said, his voice a little too eager. "How much history lies hidden beneath our feet. One could move an army down there, undetected." He watched the Don's face for a flicker of recognition, a sign that he understood the veiled implication. Don Volpe merely offered a slow, almost imperceptible nod, his eyes, like ancient coins, betraying no emotion. "Indeed, Enzo," the Don replied, his voice a gravelly murmur. "The past often holds more secrets than the present." That quiet exchange, that seemingly innocuous conversation, was the beginning of Enzo's unraveling. He thought he had been subtle, but Don Volpe, a man who had survived decades in the labyrinthine world of organized crime, understood the language of veiled threats and ambitious whispers. The Don hadn't needed Enzo to explain the microfiche. He knew what it was. The forgotten briefcase belonged to Franco Il Lupo Ferrara, a capo who oversaw the smuggling routes, a man known for his meticulous planning but also his occasional carelessness. Enzo's discovery wasn't a loyalty test. It was an internal leak, and the Don had no tolerance for leaks. Within days, Enzo noticed the change. The familiar faces at the fish market offered colder greetings. The calls for his courier services dwindled. His usual routes were subtly altered, sending him into increasingly remote and quiet corners of the city. He felt eyes on him, a sensation akin to the warmth of the Sicilian sun turning into the chilling touch of a winter wind. He tried to revisit the microfiche to confirm his findings, to perhaps even use them as leverage, but the briefcase, along with the microfiche, had vanished from his apartment. A quiet, clinical search had occurred, leaving no trace of forced entry, only the unsettling knowledge that his small, private world had been invaded. The tension in the air around Enzo became almost unbearable. He slept fitfully, haunted by the Don's impassive gaze, by the feeling of an unseen net slowly tightening around him. One evening, as he returned to his small apartment, the door slightly ajar, he hesitated. The air inside was still heavy. He remembered the Don's words about secrets and the chilling finality in his tone. He knew with a certainty that froze his blood that his perceived opportunity had become his death warrant. He turned, not entering his apartment, but melting back into the labyrinthine alleys of Palermo, a ghost attempting to outrun its own shadow. Vincenzo Rossi was never seen again in Palermo. His name became a whisper, then faded entirely. No violence, no dramatic pronouncements, just a quiet disappearance. The Volpe family's smuggling operation continued, undisturbed, perhaps even more secure. The echo of the empty harbor, however, resonated with the quiet tragedy of a young man who mistook a secret for a stepping stone and found only the profound, unforgiving silence of the deep. In the polished mahogany confines of his Wall Street office, Benjamin Astor, known in certain circles as Benny the Brief, had spent decades perfecting the art of turning illicit profits into legitimate fortunes for the Moretti crime family. His genius lay in his ability to make millions vanish and reappear untraceably, a silent phantom in the world of high finance. Yet, when a seemingly innocuous amendment to international banking regulations was passed in the late 1960s, a ripple of unease, barely perceptible, began to spread through his perfectly constructed financial empires. Could a minor legislative adjustment truly expose the meticulously woven financial tapestry he had so carefully crafted? Or was it merely another bureaucratic hurdle for the ingenious lawyer to navigate? Benny Astor was an anomaly among the Moretti capos. He rarely attended the boisterous family dinners, preferring the hushed formality of corporate boardrooms. A graduate of a prestigious law school, he could have chosen a path of unimpeachable respectability, but the allure of power, of being the indispensable brain behind a powerful, shadowy empire, proved too strong. He was the consigliere, not in the traditional sense of a streetwise advisor, but as the family's legal architect, crafting impenetrable corporate structures and designing money laundering schemes so intricate they baffled seasoned auditors. He moved millions through Swiss accounts, Panamanian shell corporations, and legitimate-looking real estate ventures in Florida, each transaction a brushstroke in a masterwork of financial misdirection. Under his guidance, the Moretti family's illicit gains from gambling, loan sharking, and union racketeering flowed seamlessly into legitimate businesses, providing them with an aura of respectability and an ironclad financial foundation. For years, Benny's schemes were unassailable. He thrived in the opaque world of international finance, exploiting every loophole, anticipating every legislative change. He advised Don Moretti to invest in publicly traded companies, to acquire legitimate construction firms, and to diversify their portfolio across various industries. This wasn't about traditional mob enforcement. It was about leveraging capital, expanding influence through economic might rather than brute force. He often reminded the Don, "Bullets make noise, Don. Money laundering, that's silent power. It's the kind of power that builds empires, not just territories." His methods of soft coercion were equally subtle. A perfectly timed lawsuit, a strategic buyout, an advantageous bankruptcy, all orchestrated to quietly eliminate rivals or absorb weaker businesses without a whisper of criminal intent. The new banking regulation, initially dismissed by many as bureaucratic red tape, was designed to increase transparency in international transactions, particularly those involving large sums and offshore accounts. Benny, ever vigilant, saw it as a minor inconvenience, a challenge to his ingenuity. He simply made his structures more complex, adding layers of trusts and holding companies, scattering ownership across more jurisdictions. He believed his system was now more robust, more invisible than ever before. He was confident, perhaps even complacent, in his intellectual superiority. Yet, a new, quietly tenacious assistant U.S. attorney named Evelyn Reed had just joined the Organized Crime Task Force in New York. Unlike her colleagues, who focused on wiretaps and informants, Evelyn possessed a background in financial law. She viewed the Mafia not just as street criminals, but as sophisticated financial enterprises. She started with a seemingly insignificant real estate deal in downtown Manhattan, a property acquired by a Moretti-affiliated construction company. There was nothing overtly illegal about the purchase, but Evelyn felt a subtle tremor in the financial records, an almost imperceptible irregularity in the funding source. Evelyn didn't just look for smoking guns. She looked for the absence of evidence, the deliberate obfuscation. She meticulously reconstructed the financial journey of the real estate funds, tracing them backward through a maze of holding companies and offshore trusts. It was like peeling back layers of an onion, each layer more complex than the last, leading her deeper into Benny Astor's labyrinthine designs. She wasn't looking for a criminal, but for a financial architect. Her investigative team, initially skeptical, was drawn into her methodical pursuit, slowly realizing the brilliance and the audacity of the scheme. The turning point came when Evelyn discovered a specific type of irrevocable trust fund Benny had established years earlier, designed to shield assets from potential civil lawsuits. This trust, due to the new banking regulation, now required a slightly different disclosure in international filings than it did under the old rules. Benny, in his meticulousness, had updated almost all of his schemes, but in this one older, deeply buried structure, he had overlooked a small, almost microscopic detail. A legacy clause that, under the new interpretation, allowed a much deeper inquiry into the trust's beneficiaries and origin of funds. It was a single, threadbare seam in the otherwise perfectly woven financial fabric. The prosecution didn't come with dramatic arrests or raids. Instead, it began with subpoenas for seemingly innocuous documents, then for deeper financial records. Evelyn used the newly enabled disclosure laws to compel transparency from the offshore banks that Benny had thought impenetrable. Piece by agonizing piece, his fortress of paper was dismantled. They didn't find him with blood on his hands. They found him buried under a mountain of financial fraud, racketeering, and money laundering charges, meticulously documented by his own hand. Benny Astor's downfall wasn't a sudden explosion, but a slow, calculated implosion. He faced the charges not from a street informer's testimony, but from the unyielding logic of his own financial architecture, turned against him by a prosecutor who understood its very foundations. He went to prison not for violence, but for the quiet, insidious power of his numbers. His brilliance, his pride, had led him to believe his creations were invincible, only to be undone by a single, overlooked detail in the relentless tide of evolving law. He became a cautionary tale, a testament to the idea that even the most elaborate designs can unravel, not with a bang, but with a whisper of oversight. Antonio the Barber Russo was a man of quiet reputation in the old neighborhoods of Brooklyn, his barbershop a hub for hushed conversations and veiled alliances for over 30 years. But when a new generation of ambitious young men, flush with the promise of easy money from a burgeoning international drug trade, began to challenge the unspoken rules of the old guard, Antonio found himself caught between loyalty to tradition and the undeniable pull of modern avarice. Could a man who lived by the ancient code of silence adapt to a world where loyalty was a commodity? Or would the whisper of change ultimately drown out his revered traditions? Antonio's barbershop wasn't merely a place for haircuts. It was a sanctuary, a confessional, and an unofficial parliament for the older members of the Benedetto family. Here, under the gentle snip of his scissors and the rhythmic swish of his badger hair brush, decisions were made, disputes were mediated, and the unwritten laws of their particular world were upheld. Antonio, with his neatly parted gray hair and his ever-present white coat, was more than just the barber. He was a saggio, a wise man, a keeper of the peace, and a repository of the family's true history. He remembered a time when respect was earned through quiet strength, when business was conducted with a handshake, and when disputes were settled not with open warfare, but with a carefully worded suggestion from someone like him. The Benedetto family, though not the largest, held significant sway in Brooklyn, largely due to their deep roots in traditional rackets. Protection, gambling, and legitimate front businesses like construction and import-export. Don Carlo Benedetto, Antonio's lifelong friend and confidant, was a man of the old school, favoring stability and discretion over aggressive expansion. He understood that true power resided not in headlines, but in the unseen currents of influence. Antonio often served as the Don's unofficial consigliere, his calm demeanor and astute observations invaluable in navigating the shifting tides of their world. Their strategy was always one of quiet control, ensuring the family's longevity through careful management and minimal exposure. However, the late 1980s brought a different kind of ambition to the streets. The cocaine trade, with its immense profits and rapid turnover, attracted a younger, more ruthless element. Figures like Gino the Rocket Romano, a volatile and charismatic capo, began to openly question the Don's conservative approach. Gino saw the old ways as slow, inefficient, and limiting. He wanted to expand, to dominate, to rake in the astronomical sums that the drug trade promised, even if it meant disrupting the delicate balance the Benedettos had maintained for decades. He was dismissive of Antonio's quiet counsel, viewing it as outdated sentimentality. The barber talks of honor, Gino would sneer to his cohorts. While we're leaving millions on the table, the tension in the barber shop became palpable. The older men would speak in hushed tones, lamenting the erosion of respect, while Gino's crew, with their flashy cars and gaudy jewelry, would openly mock the traditions. Antonio tried to mediate, to remind Gino of the long-term consequences, of the inevitable scrutiny that massive, overt wealth from narcotics would attract. He spoke of the importance of loyalty, of the dangers of internal division. The strength of a family, Antonio once told Gino, his voice low, is not in how much it takes, but in how long it endures. Gino merely shrugged, his eyes alight with a hunger Antonio recognized as ultimately self-destructive. The turning point came when Gino, without the Don's explicit approval, muscled in on a rival family's drug shipment. The move was brazen, breaking long-standing peace accords and threatening to ignite a bloody territorial war. Don Carlo, faced with a direct challenge to his authority and the very foundations of his family's stability, called a meeting in the back room of Antonio's shop. The air was thick with smoke and unspoken grievances. As the arguments raged, with Gino defiantly defending his actions and the older capos pleading for caution, Antonio stood quietly in the corner, stroking his chin, his eyes observing every gesture, every nuance. He waited for the emotional storm to subside, then stepped forward. He didn't raise his voice. "Don Carlo," he began, his voice barely a whisper, yet it commanded immediate silence. "A family is like a good razor. It needs a sharp edge to be effective, yes, but it also needs a steady hand, or it will cut itself." He looked directly at Gino. "Your edge, Gino, is sharp. Too sharp, perhaps. threatens to cut us all. His words, quiet and profound, resonated deeply with the older members. Antonio then presented a solution, a subtle maneuver that had been forming in his mind for weeks. He suggested that Gino be given a seemingly lucrative opportunity to expand the drug trade in a peripheral, less contested territory, far from Brooklyn. This wouldn't be a demotion, but an expansion, positioning it as a reward for his ambition. What Gino didn't know was that this new territory was already under intense scrutiny by federal agents, a fact Antonio had quietly gleaned from his own network of informants in the local precinct. It was a classic poison chalice, a promotion designed to lead to an inevitable fall. Don Carlo, understanding the subtle genius of the plan, agreed. Gino, blinded by his ambition and convinced of his own invincibility, eagerly accepted the new territory, seeing it as his chance to build his own empire. He ignored Antonio's subtle warning about unseen eyes. Within months, his operations were dismantled, his network exposed by the waiting authorities, leading to a massive crackdown. Gino was arrested, along with dozens of his associates, caught not in Brooklyn, but in the very territory he had so eagerly sought to conquer. The Benedetto family, having cleverly distanced themselves, emerged largely unscathed, their traditional rackets still intact, their quiet power restored. Antonio the Barber Russo returned to his scissors, his role as the family's silent guardian reaffirmed. The episode served as a stark reminder. In a world obsessed with noise and flash, the true architects of power sometimes operate in the quietest of whispers. Their influence felt long after the clamor of ambition has faded into the silence of consequences. In the labyrinthine archives of a prominent Florentine noble family, a faded, unsigned letter from the late 18th century lay dormant for decades, hinting at a hidden scandal that could still shake the city's elite. Its cryptic script, once thought an irrelevant historical curiosity, whispered of a forgotten political alliance and a deeply compromising financial secret. But who could possibly decipher such an ancient, encrypted secret in the modern age? And what profound modern-day power would such an innocuous piece of parchment truly disrupt? Massimo Rossi, known affectionately by a select few as the Curator, presided over an antique shop near the Ponte Vecchio. His shop, a treasure trove of Renaissance art, faded maps, and ancient manuscripts, was a haven for collectors and historians alike. With his silver hair, impeccably tailored suits, and a discerning eye for authenticity, Massimo cultivated an aura of refined erudition. He was celebrated for his uncanny ability to find rare and historically significant pieces for his wealthy clientele, often at prices that seemed, at first glance, surprisingly low. Yet, Massimo's true genius lay not in mere acquisition, but in his extraordinary talent for unearthing secrets embedded in old documents, forgotten ledgers, and obscure family histories. These whispered indiscretions, once brought to light by Massimo, became potent instruments of soft coercion for the Ferraro family, the quiet power brokers of Florence. The Ferraro family, unlike the bombastic syndicates of other regions, operated with an almost invisible touch. Their power flowed through legitimate channels: construction contracts, tourism investments, and influence peddling in local politics. They didn't need overt displays of force. They preferred the subtle manipulation of leverage, the quiet twist of an arm behind closed doors. And Massimo was their maestro of leverage. He spent countless hours in archives and dusty private libraries, his passion for history masking his predatory intent. He understood that in a city as ancient as Florence, every powerful family had skeletons, and he made it his life's work to find them. A minor indiscretion involving an ancestral gambling debt could prevent a rival from bidding on a lucrative municipal contract. A long-lost document revealing an illegitimate heir could ensure a vital property transfer. Massimo's skill was in making these connections, in seeing the modern implications of historical whispers. For years, his methods were unassailable. He acquired items not for their market value, but for the informational currency they contained. The 18th century letter, for instance, once discovered and deciphered by Massimo, revealed a long-buried financial scandal involving a founding ancestor of a prominent banking family. Its contents, delicately alluded to in a private meeting, quickly persuaded the family to reconsider a planned expansion that would have encroached on Ferraro territory. Massimo was a quiet ghost, his influence felt but never seen, his actions always appearing as legitimate business dealings. However, a new and formidable force emerged in the academic world of Florence. Dr. Elena Visconti, a young, brilliant art historian and digital archivist. Elena specialized in provenance research, using cutting-edge data analysis to trace the ownership histories of artworks and artifacts. Her ambition was to create a comprehensive digital ledger of Florentine cultural heritage, a project that involved cross-referencing auction records, private collection inventories, historical wills, and obscure legal documents. She believed that digital tools could uncover patterns invisible to the human eye, reveal the true, intricate dance of history and ownership. As Elena delved deeper into her research, she began to notice a peculiar, almost subliminal pattern. Certain problematic artifacts, items with ambiguous provenance, objects once owned by families involved in past scandals, or documents hinting at historical irregularities, frequently passed through Massimo Rossi's shop. What was more striking was their subsequent trajectory. They would often be acquired by Massimo at a curiously low price, then vanish from public circulation, never appearing in official auction records again. It wasn't about forgery or theft. It was about disappearance, about pieces of history being deliberately removed from the public narrative. Elena's digital algorithms, sifting through millions of data points, started to connect these disparate threads. The unsigned 18th century letter, for example, was one of many documents that, when analyzed in aggregate, revealed a systemic strategy. She discovered that the timing of Massimo's acquisitions often correlated with significant shifts in Florentine business or political landscapes. A family suddenly selling a prized estate far below market value. A rival construction firm mysteriously pulling out of a major bid. A seemingly unrelated political figure suddenly retiring. The common thread was Massimo, and the silent, historical documents he so skillfully curated. The turning point came when Elena's software identified a cluster of ancient legal deeds, letters, and account books, all purchased by Massimo within a short period. These documents, when digitally cross-referenced with local historical newspapers and private diaries, painted a chilling picture. They meticulously detailed the fraudulent acquisition of a significant piece of land by a powerful ancestor, land now integral to a major Ferraro development project. It was a scandal centuries old, yet still capable of unraveling fortunes. Massimo hadn't just found the secret, he had acquired the very proof of it, and then used it as a lever. Elena presented her findings to the Carabinieri unit specializing in cultural heritage, initially met with polite skepticism. However, her meticulous digital reconstruction, demonstrating the pattern of acquisition for leverage rather than monetary value, was undeniable. She didn't have a smoking gun of blackmail, but she had a digital blueprint of systemic coercion, all traced back to the ostensibly legitimate antique dealer. The authorities didn't need an informant to catch Massimo. They had his own meticulously documented transactions, aggregated and illuminated by Elena's unprecedented digital lens. Massimo Rossi's downfall was not a dramatic confrontation in a dark alley, but a quiet, almost academic dismantling of his entire operation. The subtle power he wielded through unearthed historical secrets was exposed by the cold, impartial logic of data. His antique shop, once a repository of beauty and hidden power, became a crime scene of intellectual manipulation. Massimo, the man who believed he controlled history, found himself undone by its meticulous digital reconstruction. He went to prison not for violence, but for the weaponization of history itself, a poignant testament to the idea that even the most carefully guarded secrets, once digitized and analyzed, can eventually see the light. Raymond the Chairman Gallo was a titan of industry, his name synonymous with waste management and urban development in Chicago, his quarterly reports lauded on Wall Street. Yet one particular report, detailing the seemingly routine acquisition of a struggling demolition company, contained a minor line item, a disproportionately high consultancy fee, that would eventually unravel his entire, meticulously constructed empire. Could the very act of expanding his legitimate business truly be the key to exposing his hidden criminal enterprise? Or was this merely another shrewd maneuver by a man who had long mastered the art of camouflage? Raymond Gallo was a different breed of crime boss. He wore tailored suits, not tracksuits. His office, high above the bustling loop, offered panoramic views of a city he quietly controlled. He had risen through the ranks of the Moretti family not with fists, but with a sharp mind for business. He'd recognized earlier than most that true power in the modern age lay not in crude street rackets, but in the sophisticated infiltration of legitimate industries. His transformation from a street soldier with an accounting knack to a CEO was complete, earning him the moniker the Chairman not just in the corporate world, but in the shadowy underworld too. He presented a facade of unimpeachable respectability, cultivating relationships with politicians, union leaders, and business magnates. His philosophy was simple yet profound. The boardroom is just another battlefield, but the weapons are different. Numbers, not bullets, decide the war. Under Gallo's stewardship, the Moretti family diversified. Their tentacles reached into municipal waste contracts, large-scale construction projects, and logistics. Money laundering wasn't an afterthought. It was an integrated part of their business model. Illicit gains from their legacy gambling and loan sharking operations were funneled through his network of legitimate companies, emerging as clean profits from waste disposal fees or inflated construction bids. He perfected soft coercion, subtly influencing bids, delaying permits for rivals, or orchestrating union disputes to ensure his companies always emerged victorious. You wouldn't see his men roughing up a competitor. You'd see a competitor's business slowly suffocated by administrative delays or unexpected inspections until they were forced to sell at a bargain price. For years, his system was impregnable. Auditors lauded his efficiency, investors praised his growth, and politicians gratefully accepted his generous campaign contributions. The legitimate operations grew so vast and complex that the illicit undercurrents became almost impossible to detect, hidden in plain sight. He had built a fortress of paperwork, each document seemingly legitimate, each transaction seemingly above board. He was a master illusionist, making millions of dirty dollars disappear into his corporate machine, only to reappear as pristine, taxable income. The seemingly innocuous acquisition of Clean Slate Demolition in 1998 was intended to streamline the Moretti family's control over construction projects. Clean Slate was a small, local company, known for its expertise but struggling financially. It was supposed to be a feeder for minor demolition work, allowing Gallo to funnel smaller, harder-to-track expenses and subcontracting fees through a controlled entity. What Gallo hadn't accounted for was the company's soul, long-standing bookkeeper, Martha Jenkins. Martha was not an ambitious woman, nor was she privy to any underworld dealings. She was simply meticulous, a stickler for detail, and had an almost obsessive need for her books to balance perfectly, down to the last cent. As Gallo's larger enterprises began to funnel demolition contracts to Clean Slate, Martha noticed irregularities. The new contracts, while plentiful, often came with peculiar, seemingly arbitrary consultancy fees or site assessment charges that exceeded industry norms for the actual work performed. Her small, perfectly balanced ledgers were suddenly rife with these unusual, inflated charges from unnamed consultants or subcontractors linked back to Gallo's larger holding companies. It wasn't that the money was disappearing. It was simply being overpaid for services that seemed minimal or even fictional. She initially thought it was a new, complex corporate accounting method, but her gut told her something was off. She asked questions, but received only vague, dismissive answers from the new management sent in by Gallo. Martha, concerned about the potential for future audits and the impact on Clean Slate's reputation, anonymously brought her carefully copied and annotated spreadsheets to a local FBI field office. She didn't allege Mafia activity. She simply reported what she saw as corporate fraud and questionable accounting practices. Her evidence, initially dismissed as the nitpicking of an overzealous bookkeeper, eventually landed on the desk of Agent David Miller, a financial investigator specializing in public sector corruption. Miller, accustomed to seeing large, complex frauds, was intrigued by the sheer precision of Martha's small-scale findings. The very meticulousness of Gallo's money laundering, reflected in the subtle overpayments that Martha observed, became its undoing. Agent Miller and his team began to follow the financial threads, meticulously reconstructing the flow of money, much like Benny Astor in our previous story. They discovered that the inflated consultancy fees weren't disappearing. They were being circulated through a complex web of shell companies, eventually returning to Gallo's main operations as legitimate income or used to bribe union officials and politicians. The acquisition of Clean Slate, meant to be a minor cog in Gallo's vast money laundering machine, instead became the machine's fatal flaw, a tiny pinhole that allowed light to penetrate the carefully constructed darkness. Raymond Gallo was eventually indicted not for murder or traditional racketeering, but for an array of sophisticated financial crimes: wire fraud, mail fraud, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and a host of lesser charges related to inflated contracts and illicit payments. His trial was a masterclass in financial forensics, with Agent Miller and his team presenting an overwhelming case built on Gallo's own meticulously kept, but ultimately revealing corporate records. The chairman was brought down not by a rival gang or an informant with a wire, but by the quiet diligence of a bookkeeper and the relentless pursuit of an agent who understood that crime, even when cloaked in corporate attire, always leaves a paper trail. His empire, built on the illusion of corporate prowess, crumbled not from a direct attack on his criminal activities, but from the exposure of fraudulent accounting within his most seemingly benign operations. The irony was palpable. His legitimate expansion, meant to solidify his power, ultimately became his undoing, the whisper of a single, disproportionate fee echoing through the quiet halls of justice. In the heart of the bustling New York harbor, where cranes swung their colossal loads and ships hummed with the promise of distant shores, Jimmy the longshoreman O'Connell held an undeniable, yet quiet, dominion over the docks. For 40 years, no cargo moved, no ship docked, no worker was hired without his tacit approval, a power built on loyalty and a delicate balance of favors rather than overt threats. But when a charismatic and ambitious young union reformer began to question the long-standing hiring practices and financial dealings of the dockworkers local, Jimmy found his carefully constructed edifice of control facing an unprecedented challenge. Could the power of tradition and loyalty withstand the scrutiny of a new generation determined to expose the hidden hand controlling the waterfront? Or would Jimmy's reign end not with a bang, but with a public inquiry? Jimmy O'Connell was a relic of an earlier era, a man whose presence, though physically unassuming, commanded an almost reverential respect among the longshoremen. He hadn't risen through violence, but through an innate understanding of men, logistics, and the intricate dance of the docks. He had started as a laborer, pulling cargo in the unforgiving cold, and had slowly, meticulously, woven himself into the fabric of Local 327 of the International Brotherhood of Dockworkers. He was the quiet arbiter, the one who decided who worked, who got the plum assignments, and who got laid off. His influence wasn't formalized. It was simply understood. The squeeze he exerted was subtle. A job not offered, a promotion overlooked, a needed favor denied. He didn't need to brandish a weapon. He simply needed to control access to sustenance, to the very livelihood of the men. The O'Connell family, while never explicitly identified as a crime family in the traditional sense, operated with all the efficiency and territoriality of one. Their primary racket was no-show jobs, where union members, often family associates, received full paychecks for work they never performed. This was coupled with lucrative kickbacks from shipping companies eager to ensure their cargo moved smoothly without unforeseen delays or labor disputes. Jimmy's true genius was in making this system appear entirely legitimate, embedded deep within the union's complex rules and regulations. He maintained an unblemished public image, even serving on several community boards, advocating for worker rights and safety. He presented himself as a champion of the working man, while quietly skimming millions from their very labor. For decades, the system thrived. The longshoremen, many of them grateful for their steady, well-paying jobs in an often unpredictable industry, understood the unspoken rules. Loyalty to Jimmy meant security, a good pension, and a reliable income. Those who questioned the system often found themselves on the list of the overlooked. Their shifts cut, their prospects dimmed. The silence was not enforced by fear, but by a pervasive understanding of consequence. However, the early 2000s brought changes. The shipping industry became more globalized, more efficient, and less tolerant of entrenched inefficiencies. Into this evolving landscape stepped Mickey Finn, a returning veteran of the Iraq War, who, upon finding work on the docks, was appalled by the blatant cronyism and the prevalence of no-show jobs. Mickey was not intimidated by tradition or subtle threats. He possessed a fierce sense of justice and a pragmatic understanding of modern organizational structures. He saw the union not as a family, but as a corrupted institution failing its members. He began by asking inconvenient questions at local meetings, questioning the opaque financial reports, and openly challenging the process by which work assignments were made. Mickey's challenge wasn't a sudden, violent confrontation, but a slow, methodical chipping away at Jimmy's authority. He formed a small, dedicated group of reformers, using the internet and anonymous tip lines to gather information and expose discrepancies. He pointed out the exorbitant salaries of union officials for minimal work, the unexplained deficits in the pension fund, and the blatant favoritism in job allocations. His rhetoric was powerful because it appealed to the fundamental unfairness of the system, rather than relying on generalized accusations of criminality. He was exposing the truth that the longshoremen had tacitly accepted for years. The turning point came when Mickey painstakingly compiled a database of active union members and cross-referenced it with actual work logs and payroll records. What he found was staggering. Over 100 individuals on the payroll who had no discernible work history on the docks for years, yet collected full salaries and benefits. He published his findings anonymously on a local labor watchdog website, presenting irrefutable proof of the widespread no-show racket that had enriched Jimmy and his associates for decades. He didn't name Jimmy directly, but the implications were clear. The publication sparked outrage. Local newspapers picked up the story, and federal investigators, already aware of the whispers surrounding the docks, launched a full-scale inquiry into Local 327. The Department of Labor, working in conjunction with the FBI, began subpoenaing union records and interviewing longshoremen. The wall of silence, built on decades of loyalty and quiet fear, began to crack under the weight of public scrutiny and the promise of protection for whistleblowers. Jimmy O'Connell, the quiet architect of waterfront power, found his empire unraveling not from a rival's attack, but from the relentless pursuit of transparency. He was indicted not for murder, but for racketeering, embezzlement, and conspiracy, his reign brought down by the very system he had so skillfully manipulated. The evidence presented in court wasn't from a shadowy informant, but from meticulous financial analysis and the testimony of men emboldened by Mickey Finn's courage. The whispers of the waterfront had finally grown into a roar of accountability. Jimmy's quiet dominion, once unshakable, had dissolved under the harsh glare of public exposure, proving that even the most deeply entrenched power can be brought to its knees by the determined pursuit of truth. Enzo Valenti, known reverently as the maestro among art connoisseurs, could discern the faintest brushstroke of a Renaissance master from a clever 20th century imitation with uncanny precision. His gallery, a haven of quiet elegance, housed works that flowed through the hands of the city's elite, often at surprisingly discreet prices. Yet, when a cutting-edge forensic art laboratory, using newly developed pigment analysis, began to revisit the provenance of certain recently discovered masterpieces, a silent tremor ran through the foundations of Enzo's perfectly curated world. How could a man whose entire reputation was built on his connoisseurship be undone by something as cold and impartial as scientific data? And what long-held secrets would his downfall expose? Enzo Valenti was a man born with an eye for beauty and a talent for restoration. From a humble background, he had trained under the finest conservators in Italy, mastering the delicate dance of bringing ancient canvases back to life. His hands, though calloused from years of careful work, moved with a surgeon's precision, and his mind held a vast catalog of artistic styles, historical pigments, and aging techniques. This rare combination of artistic genius and technical knowledge made him invaluable to the Contini family, one of Rome's most established yet discreet criminal syndicates. The Continis, eschewing overt violence, had long ago recognized that true power in modern Italy lay not in street corners, but in the quiet manipulation of cultural and financial assets. Enzo became their intellectual weapon, their art authenticator, their chief architect of deception. His role was multifaceted. He would acquire genuine, albeit less significant, pieces through legitimate channels, then subtly enhance them with elements or signatures that elevated their perceived value, all while maintaining an unblemished public reputation. More significantly, he served as the final arbiter for a sophisticated art forgery ring, blessing their best creations with his authentication, transforming expertly crafted fakes into highly sought-after lost masters. These pieces, once authenticated by Enzo, became perfect vehicles for the Contini family's money laundering operations. Millions in illicit funds from construction rackets, political graft, and discreet blackmail would flow through the purchase and resale of these artworks, emerging clean and untraceable. He also facilitated the quiet movement of stolen cultural patrimony, pieces that would mysteriously appear in private collections after being deemed irretrievably lost by authorities, only to later emerge in public sales, their origins obscured by layers of meticulously crafted paperwork and Enzo's personal endorsement. For years, Enzo's word was law in certain exclusive art circles. He understood that in the upper echelons of society, reputation was everything. He often used soft coercion to maintain his market and the Contini's influence. A wealthy industrialist might be subtly informed of a newly discovered Caravaggio, whose purchase would coincidentally smooth over a lingering planning permit issue with the city council, heavily influenced by the Contini family. Or a collector facing a tax audit might find a rare antiquity suddenly available, its acquisition offering a convenient explanation for a sudden influx of funds. Enzo made it seem like a privilege to participate in his exclusive market, not a thinly veiled transaction with the underworld. However, the late 1990s brought a revolution to art history, scientific forensics. Dr. Sofia Moretti, a brilliant young conservator at the newly founded Istituto di Conservazione e Restauro, was pioneering the use of advanced spectral imaging, mass spectrometry, and carbon dating to unlock the secrets of ancient art. Her goal was not to expose, but to preserve and accurately date historical artifacts. She approached art with the impartial rigor of a scientist, her instruments seeing what the human eye, no matter how trained, could not. Dr. Moretti's institute began a project to reevaluate several artworks whose provenance was uncertain, including a few that had passed through Enzo's gallery and bore his signature of authentication. One particular piece, a small Madonna and Child attributed to a lesser-known 15th century Sienese master, had always troubled her. Enzo had authenticated it as a rare early work, but something about the subtle glow of the colors felt anachronistic. Applying her new techniques, Dr. Moretti focused on the painting's pigments. Her analysis revealed trace elements of titanium white, a pigment not widely available until the early 20th century. The canvas, initially believed to be centuries old, showed microscopic signs of modern synthetic fibers. The varnish, expertly aged by Enzo, contained chemical compounds that did not align with a 15th century recipe. The findings were devastating. The painting was not a rare early work, but a masterfully crafted forgery. Dr. Moretti, initially seeking only to date and preserve, had stumbled upon a carefully constructed lie. Her report, detailing the irrefutable scientific evidence, did not directly accuse Enzo, but it called into question his entire body of work, specifically his unwavering certifications for a series of recently surfaced discoveries. The art world, once reverent, began to murmur. Federal agents from the Carabinieri Unit for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, already wary of the Contini family's burgeoning art interests, took notice. Enzo Valenti's downfall was not marked by a violent struggle in the streets, but by the quiet, methodical dismantling of his artistic illusions. The Carabinieri didn't need an informant. They simply followed the trail of scientifically disproven masterpieces and the financial transactions linked to them. His gallery was quietly raided, its inventory seized for forensic analysis. Enzo was arrested not for wielding a weapon, but for wielding a brush and a convincing story, his crimes cataloged not by eyewitnesses, but by the undeniable truths revealed by science. He faced charges of art fraud, money laundering, and the illicit trafficking of cultural goods. The Contini family's cultural cachet, once a shield, became a glaring target, their carefully cultivated image tarnished by the exposure of their art-based financial machinations. The maestro, once celebrated for his exquisite eye, found himself blinded by the cold, hard light of scientific truth. In the digital labyrinth of the late 1990s, where the nascent internet was just beginning to redefine global commerce, Marco the Phantom Bianchi was a pioneer, transforming the ancient art of money laundering into an invisible, algorithmic dance. His expertise lay in creating complex digital pathways, making millions in illicit funds from a global gambling syndicate vanish into the ethereal world of offshore servers and encrypted transactions. Yet, when a tiny, almost imperceptible anomaly appeared in the data flow of a seemingly legitimate online casino, a digital footprint no larger than a phantom echo, it began to attract the attention of a young, relentlessly curious cyberforensic analyst. Could this minute digital flaw, a mere whisper in the machine, truly bring down an empire built on the very anonymity of the internet, or was it merely a transient glitch in a system designed to be unhackable? Marco Bianchi was a prodigy of the digital age, a self-taught savant who could see patterns in data that others missed. He possessed a keen understanding of network architecture, encryption, and the burgeoning world of digital finance. Unlike the old-world mobsters who relied on cash and physical transfers, Marco operated from the silent, air-conditioned hum of server farms, his hands dancing across keyboards, his mind building intricate digital mazes. He was the ghost in the machine for the Lombardi family, a European syndicate rapidly expanding its reach into the global online gambling market. The Lombardis, quick to adapt, recognized that the internet offered unparalleled opportunities for both revenue and stealth, and Marco was their quiet, indispensable architect. His role was to cleanse the vast sums generated by their illegal online casinos and sports betting operations. He created layers of shell companies, registered in jurisdictions with lax financial regulations, and then used sophisticated algorithms to shuffle money between them through microtransactions, digital currency exchanges, and online payment processors. The funds would flow through a dozen countries in a matter of hours, making them virtually untraceable. He also implemented soft coercion in the digital realm, strategically timed DDoS attacks to cripple rival online platforms, subtle manipulation of odds to favor Lombardi-backed ventures, or the quiet harvesting of competitor data to gain an unfair advantage. His methods were elegant, efficient, and left no discernible physical trace. For years, Marco's system was flawless. He moved billions, turning illicit digital currency into legitimate investments in technology startups, luxury real estate, and global e-commerce ventures. He was convinced that the sheer volume and complexity of his digital fortress would make it impossible to penetrate. He often boasted to Don Lombardi, "A bullet leaves a hole, Don, but a line of code, it just disappears, like smoke." He believed in the absolute anonymity of the internet, the ultimate shield for his operations. However, the rapid growth of cybercrime also led to the rise of specialized digital policing. Dr. Anya Sharma, a brilliant young cyberforensic analyst at Europol, was obsessed with identifying patterns in seemingly random data. She believed that even the most sophisticated digital criminals left behind an information exhaust, small, consistent anomalies that, when aggregated, could reveal a hidden signature. Her team, initially focused on cyberterrorism, began to branch out into online financial crime, looking for the digital fingerprints of large-scale money laundering. Anya's attention was drawn to a series of seemingly legitimate transactions originating from a popular online casino that was technically based in Curacao, but whose unusual payout patterns and deposit fluctuations hinted at something more. Her custom-built algorithms, designed to detect statistical outliers in financial data, flagged a peculiar, consistent timing anomaly. A small percentage of transactions, particularly those involving transfers to a specific cluster of offshore crypto wallets, consistently occurred within a precise 3-second window at the end of every hour, just before the system's automated internal audit initiated. It was a digital tick, a subtle cadence that should not have existed in a truly random system. This 3-second window Marco had designed as a tiny, almost imperceptible buffer for his automated money-shuffling scripts to execute, ensuring they cleared before internal logs were finalized. He had thought it too small, too fast to be noticed. Anya's initial findings were dismissed as statistical noise. How could a 3-second window be significant in billions of transactions? But Anya persisted, correlating this timing anomaly with other, equally subtle irregularities. Unusual IP address cascades, repetitive patterns in non-critical metadata, and identical encryption key fragments used across disparate, legitimate entities. She wasn't looking for a single breach. She was looking for a pattern of deliberate, systemic digital choreography. Her work was like piecing together a vast, invisible jigsaw puzzle, each fragment a mere whisper in the machine, but together forming a coherent, damning picture. The turning point came when Anya's team linked these timing anomalies to a series of ghost accounts that process payments to shell companies ostensibly involved in tech investments. By following the metadata trail, they discovered that these tech companies, on paper, were flourishing, yet had no discernible employees, no physical offices beyond virtual addresses, and no genuine market activity beyond receiving large, regular transfers from the Curacao casino. The entire infrastructure was a digital phantom. Marco Bianchi's downfall wasn't a sudden raid on a back-alley gambling den, but a quiet, methodical unraveling of his digital fortress. Europol, armed with Anya's irrefutable data, coordinated an international takedown, freezing accounts across multiple jurisdictions and seizing servers that housed the very algorithms Marco had so painstakingly crafted. He was arrested not with a weapon in his hand, but with a laptop on his desk, his empire exposed not by an informant's testimony, but by the cold, precise logic of his own digital footprints. He faced charges of money laundering, racketeering, and conspiracy, his belief in the internet's ultimate anonymity shattered by a relentless analyst who understood that even in the most complex digital landscapes, every ghost leaves an echo. The maestro of muted colors may have been undone by titanium white, but the ghost in the machine was brought down by a 3-second digital tick, a stark reminder that even in the most ethereal of empires, meticulous patterns, no matter how subtle, will eventually be seen. Along the rugged, windswept coast of County Cork, where ancient castles cast long shadows over turbulent seas, Daniel "Danny Boy" Gallagher was more than just a fisherman. He was the silent king of the smuggling routes. For over half a century, his fleet of weathered trawlers, ostensibly hauling cod and mackerel, instead carried a far more lucrative cargo: illicit spirits, untaxed tobacco, and occasionally precious artifacts, all moved with an almost mystical stealth through the treacherous Irish waters. But when a determined young customs officer, burdened by personal tragedy, began to meticulously cross-reference local shipping manifests with satellite imagery of fishing vessel movements, Danny's impenetrable network suddenly faced an unforeseen threat. Could the ancient art of seafaring deception truly withstand the relentless gaze of modern surveillance? Or would the emerald thread of his illicit trade finally be severed by a data analyst's calculated pursuit? Danny Gallagher was a man carved from the very rock of the Irish coast, his face weathered by salt and wind, his eyes as blue and deep as the Atlantic. He spoke little, but his reputation preceded him, stretching from the small fishing villages of Ireland to the bustling docks of Liverpool and beyond. He had inherited his smuggling routes from his father, who had inherited them from his own, a lineage tracing back to the days of the penal laws. His methods were old school, relying on intimate knowledge of tides, currents, and hidden coves, but also on a network of fiercely loyal family and friends. He wasn't violent, but his quiet authority ensured absolute obedience. Disloyalty was not met with bullets, but with the cold, silent shunning of an entire community, a fate often worse than any physical threat. The Gallagher family's primary enterprise was the illicit importation and distribution of untaxed goods, primarily alcohol and tobacco, for a vast network of pubs and underground distributors across Ireland and the UK. This was a low-risk, high-reward operation, far from the brutal world of narcotics. Their coercion was social and economic. They provided jobs in a region often struggling with unemployment, offered credit when banks wouldn't, and quietly supported local charities. In return, they received unwavering loyalty and the collective silence of a community that benefited from their illicit trade. Danny's fleet of fishing trawlers, outwardly legitimate, were modified with hidden compartments and sophisticated radar evasion technology. Their routes were meticulously planned, timed with shifts in patrol patterns and designed to hug the coastlines, blending in with legitimate fishing traffic. For decades, Danny's system was a seamless operation, a ghost ship sailing just below the radar. He was a master of misdirection, using false manifests, decoy vessels, and encrypted radio communications to orchestrate his intricate ballet on the high seas. He embodied the spirit of the old Irish saying, "What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over." However, a new face arrived at the regional customs office. Inspector Fiona Kelly. Fiona was not from the coast. She was a Dublin transplant, a sharp, analytical mind haunted by the recent loss of her younger brother to a counterfeit alcohol poisoning incident, a tragedy directly linked to an illicit smuggling ring. She approached her work with a quiet, burning determination, her focus not on grand arrests, but on dismantling the networks that allowed such dangerous goods to proliferate. She was particularly drawn to the consistently high catch records of certain fishing vessels operating out of County Cork, vessels whose reported hauls seemed disproportionately large for their size and crew, yet whose actual time at sea didn't always align with the most productive fishing grounds. Fiona started with data. She combined publicly available shipping manifests, lists of what cargo ships were supposed to be carrying, with satellite AIS, automatic identification system, data, which tracked the real-time movements of every vessel over a certain tonnage. She also utilized a new, experimental algorithm that could detect subtle, anomalous patterns in vessel speeds and trajectories, deviations that might indicate unusual stops or rendezvous points at sea. It was like charting the invisible currents of the ocean, looking for a single unnatural ripple. Her initial findings were inconclusive, a sea of legitimate data with only tiny, almost unidentifiable anomalies. But Fiona persisted, fueled by her personal mission. She noticed that Danny Gallagher's trawlers, despite their reported deep-sea fishing expeditions, frequently lingered for unusually long periods in specific, shallow coastal areas during late-night hours, areas not known for abundant fishing. Then, with an almost imperceptible delay, smaller, unregistered speedboats would dart out from hidden coves towards those lingering trawlers. She cross-referenced these movements with local weather patterns and tide charts, discovering that these rendezvous always occurred during optimal conditions for covert transfers, avoiding rough seas that might expose their illicit activities. The turning point came when Fiona used advanced thermal imaging data from coastal surveillance drones, initially deployed for environmental monitoring. These images, combined with her AIS data, clearly showed heat signatures of large, non-fish cargo being transferred between Danny's trawlers and the smaller, faster boats in those specific, shallow coastal zones. The emerald thread of his operation, a metaphor for the valuable, illicit goods woven through the fabric of the Irish coastline, was no longer invisible. She had digitally documented the precise choreography of the smuggling operation, mapping out every secret rendezvous, every hidden transfer point. Daniel Gallagher's downfall was not a dramatic shootout on the docks. It was a quiet, relentless encirclement. Customs and police, armed with Fiona's irrefutable digital evidence, intercepted a fleet of his trawlers and speedboats in a coordinated sting operation, catching them in the very act of transferring hundreds of thousands of euros worth of untaxed spirits and tobacco. The evidence was overwhelming, not from an informer's whisper, but from the cold, hard data of satellites and drones. Danny Boy Gallagher, the silent king of the smuggling routes, was arrested not for violence, but for a meticulously documented pattern of illicit trade. He faced charges of organized smuggling, tax evasion, and racketeering. His legacy, once a testament to his coastal cunning, was redefined as a network of criminal enterprise exposed by the very technology he had so confidently outmaneuvered. The ancient art of seafaring deception, perfected over generations, had finally met its match in the relentless, all-seeing gaze of modern data. Genevieve Dubois was the undisputed empress of Paris's high society. Her annual charity galas and exclusive salon gatherings, the very crucible where fortunes were made and reputations unmade. Her influence, however, extended far beyond mere social calendar entries. She was the silent power behind the Dubois-Roux banking dynasty, and, more discreetly, the consigliera to the shadowy Cercle Noir that truly held sway over the city's financial and political currents. Yet, when a meticulous, decades-old social calendar, detailing every clandestine meeting and whispered secret of Paris's elite, was unearthed from a forgotten antique desk, it posed a silent question. Could this seemingly innocuous relic, a testament to a hidden web of influence, truly unravel the carefully constructed world of Paris's most formidable society architect? Or was it merely a historical curiosity, too delicate to truly disrupt her formidable power? Genevieve Du Bois was a woman of exquisite taste and glacial charm. She moved through the gilded ballrooms and exclusive intellectual gatherings of post-war Paris like a finely tuned instrument, extracting information with a polite smile and a perfectly timed question. Her salon, housed in a magnificent hotel particulier on the left bank, was not merely a place for witty banter. It was a sophisticated information hub. Here, amidst the clink of champagne glasses and the hushed tones of intellectual discourse, Genevieve collected the vulnerabilities of the powerful. Indiscreet affairs, hidden financial improprieties, secret political maneuverings. She never threatened directly. Her power lay in the subtle art of the carefully placed rumor, the strategic omission, the gentle suggestion of social exclusion. This was soft coercion elevated to an art form, a quiet blackmail that steered contracts, ensured political favors, and cemented the Du Bois-Roux family's influence. The Du Bois-Roux banking house, outwardly respectable and deeply entrenched in French finance, was the primary legitimate front for the Cercle Noir, a secretive syndicate that controlled everything from luxury goods manufacturing to lucrative construction projects. Genevieve, though never formally a member, was its intelligence chief, its social architect. She understood that in a city built on reputation and discretion, information was the ultimate currency. A well-timed revelation could secure a crucial zoning permit for a family-owned development, or derail the career of a politician who refused to play along. Her influence was pervasive, yet almost entirely invisible, like a perfectly orchestrated silent ballet. Her most prized possession, the one she meticulously maintained, was not a piece of jewelry but a series of leather-bound social calendars, each year precisely annotated with names, dates, locations, and cryptic shorthand notations referring to overheard conversations, observed dalliances, or financial transactions whispered at exclusive events. These calendars were her quiet war chest, a comprehensive ledger of every secret held by Paris's most prominent families. She referred to them as her whisper network, believing they held the ultimate power over a society that valued appearances above all else. For years, Genevieve's network was unassailable. Her subtle maneuvers ensured the Du Bois-Roux family's continued prosperity and the Cercle Noir's unchallenged control. Nobody dared to cross her, not because of fear of violence, but because of the chilling certainty that she knew their deepest, most guarded secrets. To challenge Genevieve was to invite a slow, agonizing social and financial ruin, orchestrated with perfect politeness. However, the late 1970s saw a shift in Parisian journalism. Françoise Laurent, a young, intrepid reporter for a small, independent investigative newspaper, was tired of the city's polite silences and unspoken rules. She had a keen eye for discrepancies and a deep-seated suspicion of unearned power. Her focus was on political corruption and the opaque financial dealings of the city's elite. She wasn't looking for a traditional crime boss. She was looking for the hidden hands that pulled the strings of power. Françoise was researching a story about a controversial land deal that had suspiciously favored a Du Bois-Roux affiliated construction company, despite seemingly higher bids from competitors. Her investigations led her to the dusty archives of an old aristocratic family, recently sold off for probate. There, within the ornate drawers of an antique writing desk once owned by a former high-ranking government official, a man known to be a frequent guest at Genevieve's salon, she discovered it. A small, exquisitely bound leather calendar for the year 1968. It wasn't the official calendar. It was a private, personal one, filled with dense, almost illegible script. At first, Françoise thought it a mere historical curiosity. But as she began to transcribe the entries, matching dates to known public events, she noticed an unsettling pattern. It wasn't a calendar of social engagements, but a meticulous record of favors requested, debts owed. and, most chillingly, small, encrypted references to information provided by GD or the architect. The calendar was a partial, unwitting copy of Genevieve's own Whisper network, maintained by a man who was clearly one of her key lieutenants or deeply indebted pawns. It detailed how Genevieve had used specific pieces of compromising information, an illicit gambling debt, a secret investment, a scandalous affair, to ensure a particular vote in Parliament, to force a competitor out of a construction bid, or to secure a lucrative banking license. The land deal Françoise was investigating was meticulously outlined within its pages. The calendar didn't just hint at blackmail. It was a step-by-step account of strategic coercion. Françoise knew the power she held. She didn't publish immediately. Instead, working with a small, trusted team, she meticulously cross-referenced the calendar entries with public records, news archives, and other discrete sources. Each entry, once a whispered secret, was now a potential thread in a vast tapestry of manipulation. She didn't have Genevieve's entire ledger, but she had enough to expose the method, the precision, and the pervasive reach of the society architect. Genevieve Dubois's downfall was not heralded by flashing lights or sirens. It began with a series of quietly devastating articles published by Françoise Lawrence's paper, each one meticulously sourced, each one revealing a specific instance of soft coercion linked to the Dubois-Roux empire. The articles didn't accuse Genevieve directly of explicit criminality, but they laid bare her system, her influence, and her manipulation of the city's elite. The banking house faced unprecedented scrutiny, leading to a cascade of financial investigations. Genevieve, the architect of subtle power, found her carefully constructed world crumbling not from a rival's attack, but from the relentless, transparent gaze of investigative journalism. The calendar, once a tool of silent control, had become a blueprint for her exposure. She faced no physical charges, but her social empire, the source of her immense, quiet power, was irrevocably shattered. The salons emptied, the invitations ceased, and the whispers turned against her. The Empress of Paris society was dethroned, not with a public trial, but by the quiet, undeniable power of truth, meticulously unearthed from a forgotten past. Dominic the Duke Rossi, a man whose hands were built for intimidation, not intricacy, had a peculiar habit. He always knew the exact number of sugar cubes each of the family's capos took in their morning coffee. Yet, when the usually consistent 2-cube ritual of Angelo, the architect Mancini inexplicably shifted to 3, day after day, a subtle tremor ran through Dominic's perfectly ordered world. Could such a small, personal change truly signify a betrayal brewing deep within the rigid structure of the Valenti crime family? Or was it merely a trivial alteration in a man's daily habit? And what insidious plot would this seemingly insignificant detail ultimately expose? Dominic wasn't a man of words. He was a man of presence. His towering physique and a reputation for quiet, unwavering loyalty had earned him his place as the personal enforcer and driver for Don Sal Valenti, the patriarch of one of Boston's oldest and most formidable crime families. While others schemed and whispered, Dominic watched. He saw everything. The nervous twitch of a capo before a difficult meeting, the subtle shift in seating arrangements during card games, the way a man held his cigar when he was truly agitated. He possessed an almost preternatural ability to absorb details, to read the unspoken language of power and fear. He was the Don's shadow, his ears and eyes on the street, filtering out the noise and presenting only the essential truths. The Valenti family, in the bustling Boston of the 1970s, controlled the city's port, its largest union locals, and a significant portion of the city's construction industry. Their operations were a blend of traditional racketeering, protection schemes, and the quiet manipulation of municipal contracts. Don Sal, a shrewd and cautious leader, valued loyalty above all else. His reign was characterized by stability and a ruthless efficiency, a quiet storm rather than an open conflagration. Dominic's soft coercion was subtle. His silent presence in a room was often enough to convey a message, his steady gaze enough to quell dissent. He was the embodiment of the Don's unspoken threat, a living deterrent to ambition and disloyalty. Angelo, the architect Mancini, by contrast, was all charisma and intellect. He was the family's financial wizard, responsible for laundering their illicit gains through shell corporations and legitimate-looking real estate ventures. He was respected for his cunning and his ability to navigate the complex world of finance, often seen as the modern face of the Valenti organization. Don Sal trusted Angelo implicitly, viewing him as a crucial bridge between the old ways and the new. Their morning coffee ritual, shared in the Don's unassuming kitchen, was a daily communion, a moment of quiet planning before the day's operations began. That third sugar cube, however, lodged itself in Dominic's mind like a burr. It was a deviation from a deeply ingrained habit, a small break in a man's personal rhythm. Dominic began to observe Angelo more closely, not in an accusatory way, but with the detached precision of a seasoned predator. He noticed other subtle changes. Angelo's once impeccable suits were occasionally rumpled. His usually calm demeanor was punctuated by fleeting moments of intense focus, almost distraction. He began taking calls on a second, untraceable phone, always stepping outside. These were not the signs of a man under stress from legitimate business. They were the tells of a man guarding a secret. Dominic's investigation was a masterpiece of silent surveillance. He didn't use wiretaps or stakeouts in the traditional sense. Instead, he simply observed. He noted Angelo's patterns, the unusual route he took to his office on Tuesdays, the specific brand of cigarette he started smoking, the clandestine meetings in an obscure, out-of-the-way coffee shop with men Dominic didn't recognize from the family. He discreetly tracked the changes in Angelo's daily routine, piecing together a mosaic of anomalies. The Duke was putting together a puzzle, not with brute force, but with a quiet, relentless patience. The pieces began to fall into place. The men Angelo was meeting were not rival family members, nor were they legitimate business partners. They were outsiders, connected to a burgeoning drug cartel operating out of Miami, a group known for its extreme ruthlessness and disregard for established territories. Dominic also noticed a subtle shift in the family's construction contracts. Several smaller, yet lucrative projects seemed to be slipping away from Valenti control, subtly diverted to newly formed, independent companies with no clear ties to the family, but a curious pattern of association with Angelo's newfound contacts. Angelo wasn't just siphoning funds. He was systematically building a parallel enterprise, a new syndicate, using his knowledge of the Valenti family's operations to weaken them from within. His ambition, once channeled into the family's prosperity, had morphed into a quiet, calculated betrayal, preparing for a full-scale takeover or, worse, a devastating exit. Dominic gathered his observations, not on paper, but in his meticulously organized mind. He waited for the opportune moment, when the Don was alone and receptive. He spoke in short, clipped sentences, presenting a litany of small, seemingly insignificant details. The third sugar cube, the rumpled suit, the secondary phone, the rendezvous, the quietly diverted contracts. He didn't offer theories. He merely presented the facts, a steady stream of undeniable observations that painted a chilling picture of Angelo's quiet treachery. Don Sal listened, his face impassive, his eyes betraying no emotion. He knew Dominic's word was gold, untainted by personal ambition or animosity. The Don understood the gravity of the betrayal, not a challenge to his life, but a direct assault on the very foundation of his power, loyalty, and financial control. Angelo, the architect Mancini, vanished from Boston's financial scene within days. His real estate ventures faced sudden, devastating audits. His offshore accounts, meticulously exposed by Dominic's quiet intelligence, were frozen. He became a cautionary tale, a ghost in the annals of the Valenti family. His ambition brought to ruin not by a bullet, but by the relentless observation of a silent enforcer. Dominic, the Duke Rossi, returned to his post by Don Sal's side. His presence once again a quiet, unwavering symbol of vigilance. The world of the Valenti family continued its silent, powerful dance, secured by the fact that even the smallest deviation, the most subtle change in routine, would never escape the watchful eyes of its most unassuming protector. Almost reverential atmosphere of Chicago's elite private clubs, Tommy the Book Moretti moved like a phantom. His soft-spoken demeanor and impeccably tailored suits masking a formidable intellect and an iron will. His collection wasn't of art or rare books, but of favors, deeply personal, unspoken debts from powerful judges, city council members, and influential businessmen, all meticulously recorded in his legendary Little Black Book. Yet, when a newly appointed, fiercely independent district attorney, untainted by the city's entrenched political machinery, began a seemingly benign investigation into minor campaign finance irregularities, it cast a long, unsettling shadow over Tommy's entire, carefully constructed network. Could a system built on decades of quiet influence truly be undone by a prosecutor who refused to acknowledge the unwritten rules, or was Tommy's web of favors too strong to ever fully unravel? Tommy Moretti was the embodiment of quiet power. He was an unassuming man, often mistaken for a retired professor or a quiet philanthropist. But beneath the genteel facade lay the sharpest mind in the Moretti crime family, a man whose true genius lay not in violence, but in cultivating influence. He understood that in a city like Chicago, the real battles were won not with bullets, but with carefully placed leverage. He held no official title within the family, yet his counsel was sought on every major decision. He was Tommy the Book because he remembered everything, every favor granted, every secret confided, every debt incurred. His weapon was information wielded with surgical precision. The Moretti family, with Tommy's guidance, had shifted away from overt violence, focusing instead on control through political and economic infiltration. Their primary rackets were disguised as legitimate lobbying efforts, lucrative urban development contracts awarded through manipulated bids, and the subtle control of key public offices through carefully selected, indebted candidates. Tommy's soft coercion was his masterpiece. A judge who received a quiet reminder of a gambling debt from his youth might find himself ruling favorably on a family-related zoning dispute. A councilman whose illicit affair was known to Tommy might suddenly find crucial votes for a family-backed project appearing out of nowhere. The beauty of Tommy's system was its self-sustaining nature. Those who received favors became indebted, and those debts became currency for future influence. His Little Black Book, kept in a locked drawer in his otherwise Spartan office, was not just a list. It was a living document, constantly updated with the nuances of each favor, the precise nature of each leverage point. It was the ultimate leverage machine, operating in the shadows, ensuring the family's quiet dominance over Chicago's political landscape. He once famously told Don Moretti, "Power is not in what you take, but in what you can ask for and know it will be given." For years, Tommy's system was impregnable. The powerful understood the unwritten rules. Accept Tommy's quiet assistance, and your career would flourish. Cross him, and your past would subtly, irrevocably derail your future. The whispers of his influence were enough to ensure compliance. However, the political landscape shifted dramatically with the arrival of Evelyn Chun, a young, idealistic district attorney from out of state, handpicked for her independence and her absolute lack of connections to Chicago's entrenched power brokers. She arrived with no pre-existing biases, no knowledge of the city's intricate web of favors and debts. Her first major initiative was a seemingly mundane task, a review of campaign finance reports, focusing on the transparency of donations and the legality of political contributions. She wasn't looking for mob ties. She was looking for good governance. Evelyn's initial findings were unremarkable. A few minor infractions easily explained, but her methodical approach led her to scrutinize a particular pattern. A consistent, almost rhythmic exchange of favors and donations between a handful of minor political figures and several seemingly legitimate businesses, all of which eventually circled back to the Du Bois-Roux banking dynasty, a nod to a previous story, implying an extended network or similar methodologies, which, unbeknownst to Evelyn, was a major front for the Moretti family's legitimate operations. She noticed that small, perfectly legal donations were often followed by unusual, often expedited, bureaucratic approvals or favorable legislative amendments. It was a subtle, almost invisible dance, but to Evelyn's fresh eyes, it felt too coordinated to be random. The turning point came when Evelyn's team uncovered a series of anonymous tips, initially dismissed as unsubstantiated gossip, detailing specific instances where politicians had suddenly reversed their stances on key issues after seemingly private consultations. These tips, combined with her financial data, allowed Evelyn to identify a common thread: Tommy Moretti, not as a direct actor, but as the consistent, silent facilitator. She wasn't looking for a little black book, but she was reconstructing its ghost, its effects radiating outward from a single, unassuming source. Evelyn realized she needed more. She couldn't prosecute Tommy based on patterns of influence. Then, through a chance encounter during a raid on a mid-level gambling operation, an operation loosely associated with the Moretti family, her team found it. A meticulously organized, albeit highly encrypted, digital ledger on a discarded laptop, a modern iteration of Tommy the Book's famed record. It was filled with coded entries, each corresponding to a favor, a debt, a piece of leverage. The entries were not explicit, but with Evelyn's data-driven approach and cross-referencing capabilities, the true nature of each favor became chillingly clear. The specific judge who received assistance with a personal financial matter and then ruled in favor of a Moretti-backed land deal. The councilman whose campaign received anonymous support and then pushed through a crucial zoning change. Tommy the Book Moretti's downfall was not a dramatic arrest in a smoky backroom. It was a quiet, relentless exposure of his insidious system. The evidence came not from an informant's testimony or a dramatic confession, but from his own meticulous records, inadvertently discovered and deciphered by Evelyn Chen's team. He was indicted on charges of racketeering, conspiracy, and extortion, his reputation as a quiet benefactor replaced by that of a ruthless manipulator. His web of favors, once thought unassailable, unraveled under the unforgiving glare of a prosecutor who refused to play by the unwritten rules, proving that even the most deeply entrenched systems of quiet power can be brought to their knees by the relentless pursuit of transparent truth. Dr. Elias Thorne, the impeccably dressed CEO of Vanguard Pharma, moved through the pristine laboratories and executive suites with an aura of detached brilliance. His company, a celebrated innovator in life-saving medications, was hailed for its philanthropic endeavors, sponsoring clinics and donating drugs to underserved communities. Yet, beneath this glittering facade of medical advancement, Thorne was the clandestine architect of a far more sinister network for the Serpent's Coil Syndicate, manipulating drug supplies and prices with a surgical precision that left no fingerprints. But when a brilliant young epidemiologist, driven by a personal quest for public health justice, began to trace the inexplicable surges in prescription rates and regional drug shortages, a silent question arose. Could the very system designed to heal be so subtly corrupted? And what bitter medicine would expose the true illness at the heart of Vanguard Pharma? Elias Thorne was a man of paradoxes, a qualified physician and a prodigious chemist, He could have dedicated his life to pure research. Instead, he chose the boardroom, recognizing that true power lay in controlling the flow of essential goods. He had a chillingly pragmatic view. Health is a commodity, and control over that commodity is control over life itself. He was the serpent's coil's strategic mastermind, transforming their illicit profits from shadowy dealings into legitimate control over a vital industry. Vanguard Pharma was their jewel, a company built on a foundation of scientific achievement and ethical manipulation. Thorne's method of soft coercion was insidious. He didn't threaten doctors. He offered them coveted research grants, speaking fees, and fast-track positions on prestigious medical boards. Hospitals that cooperated with Vanguard's preferred drug lists received generous donations of expensive, cutting-edge equipment. He subtly discredited rival, often cheaper generic medications through carefully crafted studies, or by orchestrating minor, temporary supply chain issues that made them seem unreliable. The true goal was always to create dependency on Vanguard's proprietary, high-profit drugs, irrespective of their comparative efficacy or cost. For years, Thorne's system was untouchable. His quarterly reports were glowing, his public image impeccable. Vanguard Pharma was lauded in financial and medical journals alike. The subtle manipulation was buried deep within the complex layers of pharmaceutical distribution, insurance formularies, and medical guidelines, an invisible disease in the body of public health. However, Dr. Lena Petrov, a newly appointed epidemiologist at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, had a different perspective. Her focus was on population health trends, specifically unexplained regional variations in disease prevalence, treatment outcomes, and drug accessibility. Lena had lost her grandmother due to an unexpected shortage of an essential, low-cost heart medication, a shortage that miraculously resolved itself once a far more expensive alternative became the only option. She carried that experience as a quiet fuel for her relentless pursuit of data-driven truth. Lena's team was tasked with analyzing national prescription data to identify potential public health disparities. While crunching numbers, she began to notice a peculiar recurring pattern. In certain geographical regions, a sudden, inexplicable supply chain disruption would occur for a specific generic medication, often a widely used low-cost drug. These disruptions were always attributed to vague manufacturing issues or distribution logistics. What was truly striking was that within weeks of these generic drug shortages, there would be a statistically significant spike in prescriptions for a different, much more expensive proprietary drug, invariably a Vanguard Pharma product designed to treat the same condition. Furthermore, these disruption zones often coincided with areas where Vanguard had recently conducted extensive physician education initiatives or made substantial community health grants. Lena's initial reports were met with skepticism. Supply chain issues were common. Pharmaceutical companies conducted physician outreach all the time. But Lena couldn't shake the feeling that the timing and the correlation were too perfect to be mere coincidence. She developed a complex algorithm to map these disruption zones against Vanguard's marketing spend, donation patterns, and even the travel logs of its regional sales representatives. She was not just looking for a single anomaly. She was tracing a ghost, a systemic manipulation that left no direct, obvious criminal footprint. The turning point came when Lena's algorithm identified a direct link between Vanguard Pharma's seemingly innocuous patient assistance programs in specific regions and the timing of these generic drug shortages. These programs, ostensibly designed to help patients afford high-cost drugs, would frequently launch just weeks before the generic alternatives became unavailable. Her analysis revealed that Vanguard was not merely responding to shortages. They were creating the market conditions that made their expensive drugs the only viable option. The manufacturing issues were deliberate. The distribution delays were orchestrated. Dr. Elias Thorne's downfall wasn't a dramatic raid on his lab. It was a quiet, relentless unraveling of his meticulously constructed illusion of benevolence. The Department of Justice, working with the FDA and Lena's data, launched a sweeping investigation. They didn't find traditional drug dealing. They found market manipulation, antitrust violations, healthcare fraud, and racketeering, all proven by Lena's irrefutable epidemiological and supply chain data. Thorne was indicted not for directly harming patients, but for systematically exploiting their vulnerabilities and manipulating the very system designed to protect them. His philanthropy was exposed as a calculated smokescreen for engineered crises. His medical brilliance twisted into a tool for illicit gain. The pharmacist's silent sickness had been diagnosed not by a street informant, but by a dedicated epidemiologist who saw the patterns of corruption in the very data meant to reflect public health. His empire, built on the illusion of healing, crumbled under the weight of transparent truth, proving that even the most subtle forms of exploitation, once illuminated by rigorous data analysis, cannot remain hidden. Minimalist boardrooms overlooking the Champs-Élysées, Julian, the narrator, Fontaine-crafted public perception with the precision of a master surgeon. As the CEO of Veritas Communications, a global public relations powerhouse, he was revered for his ability to reshape reputations, launch successful campaigns, and navigate the most treacherous media storms for his high-profile clients. Yet, beneath the veneer of legitimate spin, Fontaine was the silent architect of an insidious narrative machine for the Nexus, a shadowy conglomerate that profited from manipulating public opinion. But when a brilliant, socially conscious data journalist began to detect peculiar, almost rhythmic echoes in seemingly independent news stories, a silent question arose. Could the very fabric of public discourse be so subtly rewoven? And what unsettling truth would expose the true puppeteer behind the daily headlines? Julian Fontaine was a man of impeccable taste and an unnerving charisma. He possessed an almost supernatural understanding of human psychology, knowing precisely which words, which images, which narratives would resonate with the masses. He didn't just manage public relations, he engineered reality. From his luxurious office, he commanded an army of media strategists, pollsters, and content creators, turning public sentiment like clay in his hands. He was the narrator because he didn't just tell stories. He wrote the script for how the world understood complex events. For the Nexus, a global entity with vast interests in finance, technology, and natural resources, Fontaine was indispensable. His firm was the ultimate shield, capable of deflecting criticism, neutralizing scandals, and subtly guiding public policy debates in their favor. Fontaine's soft coercion was insidious. He wouldn't threaten a journalist. He would simply ensure that a competing, more flattering narrative reached their editor's desk, fully researched and perfectly packaged. He didn't bribe politicians directly. He funded independent think tanks that published research supporting the Nexus's legislative agenda, then disseminated that research through his vast media network. He could amplify a minor flaw in a rival company's product until it became a public crisis, or bury a significant scandal involving the Nexus beneath a deluge of seemingly unrelated, positive news. His power lay in his ability to control the flow of information, shaping not just what people thought, but how they thought about it. For years, Fontaine's system was untouchable. Veritas Communications won awards, attracted the biggest clients, and its stock soared. The subtle manipulations were expertly woven into the vast tapestry of daily news, indistinguishable from genuine public discourse. He had created an echo chamber where the Nexus's interests were always prioritized, always framed in the most favorable light. He believed his control over the narrative was absolute, a digital fortress of perception. However, the mid-2010s ushered in a new era of digital forensics. Dr. Anya Petrova, a data journalist at the International Consortium for Investigative Reporting, specialized in media manipulation and disinformation campaigns. Anya was driven by a deep concern for the integrity of public discourse, a passion ignited by witnessing the erosion of trust in traditional media. She possessed an uncanny ability to see patterns in online data, to detect the artificial hum beneath the roar of organic conversation. Anya's team was investigating a series of seemingly unconnected, pro-mining articles that had suddenly appeared across a diverse range of online environmental blogs and local news sites, all advocating for a controversial new mining project proposed by a subsidiary of the Nexus. What caught Anya's eye wasn't the content itself, but a peculiar, almost identical turn of phrase and a specific, uncommon metaphor, the Earth's forgotten arteries, that appeared in multiple articles across different platforms, often published within hours of each other. It was a stylistic fingerprint, too precise to be coincidental. This was not plagiarism. It was orchestration. Anya began to use advanced natural language processing, NLP, tools and network analysis. Her algorithms, designed to detect shared linguistic patterns, thematic clusters, and coordinated dissemination schedules, started to trace the genesis and spread of these narratives. She mapped the funding of the ostensibly independent blogs back to a complex web of shell companies, all ultimately owned by the Nexus, and then cross-referenced these with Veritas Communications' public client lists. She discovered that Veritas had an unusual number of ghost clients, small, obscure entities that received significant PR services but had no visible market presence. The turning point came when Anya's team uncovered a meticulously crafted master narrative document, leaked by a disillusioned former employee of Veritas. This document outlined a long-term strategy for subtly influencing public opinion on all of the Nexus's major projects, prescribing specific keywords, emotional triggers, and even fabricated grassroots movements. More chillingly, the leak revealed a sophisticated AI-driven content generation system within Veritas, capable of producing hundreds of subtly varied articles, social media posts, and even comments section contributions, all designed to mimic organic, human-generated content. The system even had a feedback loop, adjusting its narratives based on real-time public reaction. The narrator wasn't just directing, he was automating the manipulation of truth. Julian, the narrator Fontaine's downfall, wasn't a dramatic exposé on a major news network. It began with a series of in-depth, data-rich investigative reports published by Anya Petrova's consortium. These reports, backed by irrefutable NLP analysis, network maps, and the leaked master narrative document, laid bare the entire automated disinformation campaign. They didn't just expose a single scandal. They revealed the systemic, algorithmic manipulation of public opinion on a global scale, all orchestrated by Veritas Communications for the Nexus. The public outcry was immense. Regulatory bodies, armed with Anya's evidence, launched investigations into market manipulation, consumer fraud, and violations of ethical journalism standards. Fontaine was indicted not for traditional crimes, but for orchestrating a vast scheme of digital deception and market interference. His empire built on the illusion of informed consent. His belief in the impregnability of his narrative fortress was shattered by a data journalist who saw the unseen strings, proving that even the most sophisticated architects of perception, once their subtle algorithms are decoded, cannot hide from the relentless pursuit of truth. In the gleaming, ever-expanding skyline of a major West Coast city, Victor the Sculptor Moreau was an architectural deity. His firm, Terraform Dynamics, synonymous with visionary urban renewal and sustainable design. His developments, lauded in architectural journals and city planning commissions, transformed derelict neighborhoods into vibrant, eco-conscious communities, securing his place as a benevolent titan of urban design. Yet, beneath the polished glass and green roofs, Moreau was the clandestine architect of a far more intricate network for the Foundation, a shadowy syndicate that profited from manipulating property values and laundering illicit funds through inflated construction projects. But when a brilliant urban geographer, driven by a quiet concern for displaced communities, began to meticulously map patterns of demolition waste and property acquisition, a silent question arose. Could the very act of building a city be so subtly corrupted? And what bitter truth would expose the true cost of the sculptor's vision? Victor Moreau was a man whose public persona radiated innovation and civic responsibility. With his sharp suits and even sharper intellect, he captivated audiences with presentations on eco-friendly urban living and community-centric design. He wasn't just building structures, he was crafting ecosystems, or so it seemed. His genius lay in identifying neglected urban zones, then, with surgical precision, orchestrating their revitalization. For the Foundation, a discreet, powerful syndicate with vast interests in finance and organized crime, Moreau was invaluable. He transformed their illicit gains from shadowy dealings, extortion, high-stakes gambling, and discreet blackmail into pristine, tangible assets. Luxury condominiums, sprawling commercial centers, and sustainable mixed-use developments. Terraform Dynamics was their most effective money-laundering machine, its complex projects absorbing millions in dirty money through inflated costs and opaque subcontracts. Moreau's soft coercion was insidious. He didn't threaten residents. He offered seemingly generous buyouts to longtime homeowners, often just after city services in their neighborhoods mysteriously deteriorated, or after local zoning laws were subtly amended to make their properties less desirable for traditional family living. He didn't strong-arm city officials. He provided expert consultations for urban planning initiatives, made substantial, anonymous donations to local charities, and funded independent studies that invariably supported his firm's development proposals. He could ensure a controversial rezoning passed with minimal public resistance, or secure an expedited environmental waiver for a project that would otherwise face years of scrutiny. His power lay in his ability to manipulate the very processes of urban governance, making his personal ambition appear as public good. For years, Moreau's system was impregnable. Terraform Dynamics received accolades, attracted significant investment, and its projects consistently came in on budget despite their immense scale. The subtle manipulations were buried deep within thousands of pages of architectural blueprints, environmental impact assessments, and municipal planning documents, an invisible disease in the heart of urban progress. He believed his control over the city's future was absolute, a concrete fortress of perception. However, the mid-2010s saw the rise of advanced geographic information systems, GIS, and data analytics in urban studies. Dr. Maya Khan, an urban geographer at a local university, was dedicating her career to understanding the social impact of rapid gentrification. Maya was driven by a deep concern for the displacement of vulnerable communities, a passion ignited by witnessing her own childhood neighborhood transformed beyond recognition. She possessed an uncanny ability to merge disparate data sets, revealing patterns that were invisible to the casual observer. Maya's team was investigating a series of rapid urban redevelopments across the city, focusing on the displacement of low-income and ethnic minority populations. While crunching numbers, she began to notice a peculiar, recurring pattern. A cluster of demolition projects, all managed by Terraform Dynamics, consistently generated an inexplicably high volume of hazardous demolition waste. These reports, buried in municipal waste manifests, described millions of tons of material requiring specialized, expensive disposal. What was truly striking was that many of these demolition sites were, by all historical accounts, former residential or commercial buildings with no known history of industrial activity or toxic material storage. Yet, the reported waste was consistently categorized as requiring maximum security hazardous waste protocols. Maya's initial reports, suggesting an anomaly in waste disposal, were met with bureaucratic shrugs. Old buildings can hide many things, she was told, but Maya persisted, correlating these toxic demolition sites with Terraform Dynamics property acquisition timelines and the precise demographic changes in those neighborhoods. She developed a complex GIS model that mapped historical land use, property ownership, and waste disposal records. Her model revealed that the highest volumes of hazardous waste removal, with their correspondingly inflated disposal costs, often occurred in areas where Terraform Dynamics had acquired properties at surprisingly low prices. The turning point came when Maya's algorithm identified a direct link between these inflated, hazardous waste removal costs and a series of environmental mitigation grants that Terraform Dynamics had received from city and state coffers. These grants, ostensibly designed to clean up genuinely polluted sites, were being siphoned off for the disposal of non-existent hazardous materials from clean sites. Her analysis revealed that Moreau was not merely responding to environmental concerns. He was creating the illusion of them, using the inflated costs of toxic waste removal as a perfect, untraceable channel for money laundering, effectively turning clean land into dirty money. The hazardous label was a meticulously engineered fiction, designed to justify exorbitant costs and obscure illicit financial flows. Moreau was indicted not for directly harming people, but for systematically exploiting urban policy and manipulating environmental regulations for illicit gain. His sustainable developments were exposed as calculated smokescreens for elaborate financial schemes. His architectural brilliance twisted into a tool for environmental deception and criminal profit. The architect's toxic footprint had been diagnosed not by an informant's whisper, but by a dedicated urban geographer who saw the patterns of corruption in the very data meant to reflect the city's growth. His empire, built on the illusion of progress, crumbled under the weight of transparent truth, proving that even the most subtle forms of exploitation, once illuminated by rigorous data analysis, cannot remain hidden, even if buried under tons of fictional toxic waste. Opulent world of the global elite, Arthur the Whisper Broker Finch moved with an almost ethereal grace. His private concierge service, Concierge Elite, a byword for unparalleled discretion and problem solving. From securing impossible-to-get reservations to discreetly managing delicate personal crises, Finch was the silent guardian of his clients' perfect facades. Yet, when a brilliant computational sociologist began to detect a peculiar rhythm in the sudden, inexplicable downfalls of seemingly untouchable public figures, a silent question arose. Could the very system designed to protect reputations be subtly weaponized? And what chilling truth would expose the true cost of the Whisper Broker's exquisite service? Arthur Finch was a connoisseur of secrets. With his impeccable manners, encyclopedic knowledge of high society, and an almost preternatural ability to anticipate needs, he was the confidant to billionaires, politicians, and celebrities. His office, a minimalist masterpiece overlooking Lake Geneva, was a hub of unparalleled discretion. He didn't just solve problems, he erased them. For the inner circle, a shadowy cabal controlling vast swathes of global tech and media, Finch was their indispensable operative. He transformed their need for influence into a meticulously managed tapestry of personal leverage. Concierge Elite, outwardly a service of supreme convenience, was in reality a sophisticated intelligence agency, collecting vulnerabilities on the world's most powerful individuals. Finch's soft coercion was his ultimate art form. He never issued threats. Instead, when a client resisted the inner circle's agenda, perhaps refusing to sell a company at a discount or voting against a desired policy, Finch would simply facilitate unfortunate coincidences. An anonymous tip to a gossip blog about a minor financial indiscretion, a strategically leaked photograph hinting at an illicit affair, or a sudden, well-timed public scrutiny of a past business dealing. These weren't direct attacks. They were subtle, reputational skirmishes, carefully orchestrated to apply maximum pressure without leaving a trace of Finch's involvement. His power lay in his ability to make these fabricated, organic events seem like the natural, inevitable consequences of his targets' own lives. For years, Finch's system was unassailable. His clients, even those subtly coerced, rarely connected their misfortunes directly to Concierge Elite. The service was too useful, too discreet, and the coercion too gentle to ever be proven. He had built a fortress of plausible deniability, believing the sheer volume and seemingly organic nature of his orchestrated narratives would make them impossible to dissect. However, Dr. Chloe Davis, a computational sociologist and digital ethics researcher at the European Institute of Technology, held a different view. Chloe was fascinated by the mechanics of online reputation and the spread of digital narratives, particularly how public figures could be canceled with alarming speed. Her interest was sparked by witnessing a friend's career derailed by a seemingly unprovable, yet pervasive online smear campaign. She possessed an uncanny ability to apply statistical rigor to social phenomena, to detect the hidden algorithms of influence. Chloe's team was investigating a series of high-profile personal and professional downfalls among the global elite, specifically those who had recently publicly opposed a major, controversial data privacy initiative championed by a tech giant, a known proxy for the inner circle. What caught Chloe's eye wasn't the individual scandals themselves, but a peculiar, almost rhythmic timing in their emergence. These seemingly disparate organic media storms, a public relations crisis, a financial audit, a messy divorce filing, often erupted within days or weeks of the individual's opposition to the privacy initiative, and, more significantly, always shortly after they had been clients of Concierge Elite for a personal crisis. Chloe developed custom algorithms that analyzed public online data, news archives, social media sentiment analysis, public records of legal filings, and even archived gossip columns. Her tools detected statistically improbable correlations between individuals who had recent problematic events handled by Concierge Elite, e.g., a discrete settlement, a reputation management service, and subsequent, unrelated public scandals or professional setbacks. Her algorithm also detected specific, recurring trigger phrases or thematic clusters that appeared across seemingly independent media outlets during these crises, linguistic patterns too precise to be coincidental. It was as if a ghostwriter was penning the same subtle narrative across 100 different platforms. The turning point came when Chloe's team cross-referenced these patterns with anonymized metadata from publicly available corporate filings. They noticed a surge in crisis management consulting fees paid to a network of obscure, offshore shell companies. Companies that, while not directly linked to Finch, consistently paid Concierge Elite for advisory services. By following the flow of these advisory fees, Chloe established a financial, if indirect, link between the orchestration of a public scandal and the discrete services provided by Finch. She wasn't just seeing patterns. She was seeing the unseen strings of the whisper broker. Arthur, the whisper broker Finch's downfall, was not a dramatic public expose. It began with a series of quiet, meticulous reports from Dr. Chloe Davis's team, presented to an international task force specializing in financial and reputational crime. These reports, backed by irrefutable computational analysis of public data, laid bare the entire system of orchestrated reputational manipulation. They didn't just expose a single act of blackmail. They revealed the systemic, algorithmic weaponization of personal information to influence global policy and markets. Finch's office was quietly raided. While no direct criminal smoking gun was found for overt blackmail, his highly encrypted client files, containing the raw, sensitive personal data he collected, were seized. He was indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit market manipulation, corporate fraud, and obstruction of justice, his quiet empire of secrets exposed by the cold, impartial logic of data science. His belief in the impregnability of his discrete network was shattered by a computational sociologist who saw the digital breadcrumbs, proving that even the most sophisticated architects of perception, once their subtle algorithms are decoded, cannot hide from the relentless pursuit of truth. Competitive culinary scene of a major East Coast city. Domenico the Purveyor Rizzo was a name whispered with both respect and a touch of trepidation. As the patriarch of Rizzo Fine Foods, the city's preeminent food distribution empire, he dictated what fresh produce arrived on discerning chefs' tables and what gourmet ingredients graced the shelves of upscale markets. His influence was absolute, yet his methods were always impeccably polite. Yet, when a brilliant food safety epidemiologist began to notice a peculiar, almost statistically impossible consistency in the health inspection reports of certain restaurants, a silent question arose. Could the very source of the city's culinary delight be so subtly corrupted? And what bitter truth would expose the true illness at the heart of the purveyor's empire? Domenico Rizzo was a man who exuded old-world charm. His hands, though strong, always meticulously clean. His voice a smooth baritone. He had inherited a small, struggling produce business and, through a combination of ruthless business acumen and unparalleled networking, transformed it into Rizzo Fine Foods, a juggernaut that supplied nearly every significant restaurant, hotel, and institution in the city. For the Luciano family, a discreet but powerful syndicate that had largely moved away from street-level crime, Domenico was their indispensable, legitimate face. He laundered vast sums from their legacy gambling and loan sharking operations through the seemingly endless invoices of his distribution network, inflating prices for basic goods and creating phantom orders. Rizzo's soft coercion was a masterclass in economic control. He never needed to threaten. A restaurateur eager to open in a prime location might find their permit applications mysteriously delayed for months, or their initial deliveries of fresh produce inexplicably spoiled en route, unless they agreed to source exclusively from Rizzo Fine Foods. Conversely, those who cooperated enjoyed seamless deliveries, expedited permits, and consistently stellar, almost too perfect health inspection results. He could subtly starve a rival distributor of key clients or ensure a competitor's fresh seafood delivery arrived late and unsaleable. His power lay in controlling the very lifeline of the city's culinary world, making subservience seem like smart business. For decades, Rizzo's system was unassailable. His company thrived, his political connections were deep, and his influence over the city's gastronomic landscape was absolute. The manipulations were buried deep within the millions of invoices, delivery schedules, and regulatory filings, an invisible sickness in the food chain. He believed his control was absolute, a perfectly orchestrated ballet of commerce and compliance. However, Dr. Anya Sharma, a driven food safety epidemiologist at the Department of Public Health, held a different perspective. Anya was dedicated to understanding the true health risks within the urban food system, a passion ignited by her own experience with a severe foodborne illness that nearly cost her a loved one. She possessed an uncanny ability to spot statistical anomalies in vast datasets, to see the patterns that indicated something was amiss beneath the surface of official reports. Anya's team was analyzing years of municipal health inspection data, looking for predictive indicators of foodborne illness outbreaks. While sifting through thousands of restaurant inspection reports, she noticed a peculiar, almost statistically impossible phenomenon. A cluster of high-end restaurants, all consistently supplied by Rizzo Fine Foods, had never received a single critical health code violation. Not one. Over multiple years, across dozens of inspections, their scores were always perfect, their kitchens spotless on paper. This stood in stark contrast to the natural variability seen in even the best establishments, where minor, non-critical infractions, a loose tile, a label missing, were almost inevitable. Anya's initial reports, suggesting an anomaly in inspection results, were met with polite dismissals. "They're just well-run establishments," she was told. But Anya persisted, correlating these perfect scores with the restaurant's reported customer traffic, menu diversity, and even public sentiment from online review sites. She developed a complex algorithm that cross-referenced inspection outcomes with procurement data, obtained through a public records request for a small subset of the restaurants. Her model revealed that these perfect restaurants consistently ordered unusually high, uniform quantities of basic, non-perishable ingredients, flour, sugar, oil, that did not correlate with their publicly advertised menus or reported sales volumes. It was as if their supply chain was absorbing a phantom demand. The turning point came when Anya's algorithm identified a direct link between these suspiciously perfect health scores and the specific inspectors assigned to those restaurants. These inspectors, while outwardly legitimate, always seemed to find minor, non-critical infractions at other establishments, but consistently overlooked even the slightest potential issue at Rizzo-supplied restaurants. Her analysis, combined with a whistleblower from the health department, an inspector who had been quietly sidelined for being too thorough, revealed a system where problematic inspection reports for Rizzo-affiliated restaurants were quietly scrubbed or downgraded, and phantom purchases of basic ingredients were used to inflate invoices, laundering money under the guise of legitimate overhead. The perfect scores were a meticulously engineered fiction, designed to protect the system and justify inflated costs. Domenico, the purveyor Rizzo's downfall, wasn't a dramatic arrest in a mob raid. It was a quiet, relentless unraveling of his meticulously constructed illusion of culinary excellence. The Department of Justice, working with local authorities and Anya's irrefutable statistical and procurement data, launched a sweeping investigation. They didn't find traditional mob violence. They found racketeering, money laundering, conspiracy to commit fraud, and obstruction of justice, all proven by Anya's precise data analysis of health inspections and supply chain logistics. Rizzo was indicted not for directly causing illness, but for systematically corrupting the very institutions designed to ensure public health and fair commerce. His fine foods empire was exposed as a calculated front for elaborate financial schemes, his charm twisted into a tool for illicit gain. The purveyor's poison dish had been diagnosed not by a street informant, but by a dedicated epidemiologist who saw the patterns of corruption in the very data meant to protect the public. His empire, built on the illusion of impeccable quality, crumbled under the weight of transparent truth, proving that even the most subtle forms of exploitation, once illuminated by rigorous data analysis, cannot remain hidden, even if buried under mountains of phantom flour and sugar. A gleaming skyscraper, rising defiantly against the urban sprawl of 1980s Chicago, was more than just a testament to modern engineering. It was a monument built brick by meticulously laundered brick. How could such a colossal structure, a symbol of progress, secretly house the very foundation of a sprawling criminal empire? And who was the quiet, unassuming man behind its intricate design? That man was Alastair Finch. He was not a figure who commanded attention with a booming voice or a menacing stare. Instead, he preferred the measured cadence of a financial consultant, his presence marked by impeccably tailored suits and a demeanor of quiet contemplation. His hands, often clasped before him, never betrayed a tremor, even when discussing millions. To the outside world, Finch was a respected developer, a pillar of the community, his name gracing charity donor lists and prestigious economic councils. Beneath this polished veneer, however, he was the strategic mind, the silent engine, for one of Chicago's most entrenched criminal organizations, known simply as the Syndicate. Finch's ascent within the Syndicate was not paved with violence or intimidation. His tools were spreadsheets and blueprints, his currency was financial acumen. He understood that true, enduring power resided not in the brutal enforcement of street corners, but in the intricate flow of capital, in the subtle sway over contracts, and in the quiet influence exerted on city officials. His genius lay in taking illicit earnings, the untraceable cash from gambling dens, protection rackets, and illicit liquor distribution, and weaving it through a complex tapestry of shell corporations. These entities, ostensibly engaged in legitimate ventures like construction supply, labor contracting, and property management, formed the lifeblood of his financial empire. He acquired legitimate businesses, often paying slightly above market value, making them indispensable components of the local economy. Who would question a man who brought jobs and prosperity? Finch's methods of coercion were just as subtle. He didn't dispatch enforcers. He sent accountants and financial advisors. A struggling small business owner might find their loan application miraculously approved by a bank where Finch held quiet influence, only to discover months later that a seemingly innocuous clause in their agreement tied them exclusively to a specific and syndicate-controlled supplier for their raw materials, often at slightly inflated prices. Similarly, local union leaders, whose sizable pension funds were invested in Finch's seemingly profitable real estate ventures, found themselves subtly compelled to ensure labor harmony on his construction sites, conveniently overlooking phantom workers on payrolls and inflated hourly rates. It was a soft, silken leash, almost imperceptible until it tightened, and by then, escape was nearly impossible. The crown jewel of his operations, the magnificent Liberty Tower, was a multi-million-dollar testament to this genius, a colossal project funded through a labyrinthine network of international banks and dummy corporations, all meticulously orchestrated by Finch. The necessary building permits, zoning variances, and regulatory approvals flowed with remarkable ease, lubricated by influence rather than explicit, overt bribes. The syndicate's aging patriarch, Old Man Moretti, appreciated Finch's discretion and the consistent profitability he brought. Yet, a new generation of more volatile capos viewed Finch with growing suspicion. Enzo Rossi, a man of impulsive ambition and a craving for the raw power of the old ways, resented Finch's burgeoning influence. Rossi believed the syndicate was losing its edge, becoming too reliant on Finch's convoluted schemes, which he barely understood. However, Rossi made a critical error. He profoundly underestimated Finch's foresight. Finch had long anticipated such internal friction. Over the years, he had quietly cultivated a diverse network of loyal professionals, sharp lawyers, discreet accountants, and even a few mid-level city officials, all of whom owed their allegiance and their favors directly to him, not to the syndicate itself. The unraveling began not with a sudden explosion of violence, but with a quiet, persistent hum from the federal government. A seemingly minor investigation, led by Special Agent Miller of the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, focused on a struggling concrete supply company, Midwest Aggregates, which had unexpectedly secured several lucrative contracts for the Liberty Tower project. Miller, a meticulous but unassuming figure, noticed an unusual pattern in Midwest Aggregates' financial statements. Large, irregular cash deposits and a curious, almost symbiotic relationship with a Panama-registered holding company, Horizon Ventures. Horizon Ventures, in turn, was linked to a complex web of offshore accounts as a digital trail that, with painstaking effort, led back to a trust fund managed by a seemingly innocuous Boston-based law firm. Miller's team focused on the flow of money rather than specific individuals. They soon realized that Finch's brilliance, his very talent for financial complexity, was also his greatest vulnerability. Every additional layer of obfuscation he painstakingly constructed also created another data point, another thread for the investigators to pull. The crucial break came not from a violent informant or a dramatic raid, but from a disgruntled junior accountant at the Boston law firm. Frustrated by his superior's refusal to acknowledge the significant irregularities he'd uncovered in Horizon Ventures' filings, he made an anonymous call. He didn't know who Alistair Finch was, only that the numbers simply did not add up. Imagine the quiet determination of Miller's team, patiently piecing together a mosaic of ledgers, wire transfers, and shell company registrations, building a case not on bullets and blood, but on dollar signs and digital footprints. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sun glinted off the Liberty Tower's glass facade, Alistair Finch was served with an indictment for racketeering, money laundering, and conspiracy. He was arrested not in a dramatic, televised raid, but quietly, as he sipped espresso in his opulent penthouse office, overlooking the sprawling city he had, in his own intricate way, both built and subtly corrupted. The charges were so minutely detailed, the financial evidence so overwhelmingly irrefutable, that even his legitimate lawyers, bewildered by the sheer scale of the financial deception, could offer little defense. The quiet architect, who had dreamed in ledger lines and balance sheets, found his masterpiece of deception meticulously deconstructed, not by a rival's gunfire, but by the relentless, quiet pursuit of numbers. His empire, built on shadows and whispers, collapsed not with a bang, but with the rustle of meticulously filed federal documents. A single, seemingly insignificant anomaly in the meticulously recorded manifest of a New York City dockyard, a missing crate from a shipment of luxury goods, was the first whisper of a seismic shift. Who could dare pilfer from the carefully guarded operations of Big Tony Moretti, the undisputed king of the docks, and what hidden currents were truly at play beneath the placid surface of his iron-fisted rule? For decades, the sprawling piers of Brooklyn had been Tony Moretti's undisputed kingdom. His reign, established in the post-war boom and solidified through the tumultuous 60s and 70s, was built on an intricate blend of fear, loyalty, and shrewd understanding of the port's pulse. Tony was a figure of imposing stature, not just in physicality but in presence. His voice a gravelly rumble that could soothe or threaten with equal ease. He didn't need to brandish weapons. A look, a quiet word, a subtle adjustment of his fedora was usually enough. His control over the longshoremen's unions, the trucking companies, and the very flow of goods into the city was absolute. A complex tapestry woven from protection rackets, carefully placed enforcers, and a deep-seated respect among those who benefited from his order. Imagine the sheer confidence it takes to orchestrate the movement of millions of dollars worth of cargo daily, knowing that a percentage of every shipment, a silent tax, found its way into your coffers, all under the guise of security fees and labor stability. Among Tony's most trusted lieutenants was Vito Santini, a man whose quiet ambition belied his youthful deference. Vito the Viper, as he was known in hushed circles, was cut from a different cloth than Tony's old guard. While he possessed the necessary grit, his true genius lay in numbers and logistics. He could quote freight tariffs, analyze shipping routes, and identify inefficiencies with a surgeon's precision. Tony initially saw this as an asset. "The kid's got a head for business," he'd often say, proud of Vito's modern approach, which seemed to complement his own traditional methods. Vito proposed legitimate ventures, a new trucking company to handle inland distribution, a state-of-the-art warehousing firm near the port, even a small import-export business dealing in less scrutinizable goods. Tony, always eager for new revenue streams, especially those that offered a veneer of respectability, readily approved, pouring syndicate money into Vito's ambitious projects. But beneath the surface of this apparent synergy, Vito was quietly laying the groundwork for a profound shift in power. He staffed his new companies not with Tony's loyal, albeit less educated, associates, but with his own hand-picked cadre of sharp-witted administrators and ambitious young toughs who saw their future intertwined with Vito's rising star. He began subtly diverting resources, using his control over the new logistics companies to favor his own affiliates, making it incrementally more difficult for businesses tied to Tony's older network to operate efficiently. A crucial shipment might be delayed, a truck inexplicably rerouted, or a storage unit becomes suddenly unavailable for one of Tony's traditional partners, while Vito's operations ran with pristine, profitable precision. It was a slow, almost imperceptible erosion of Tony's influence, a silent remapping of the doc's true power lines. Meanwhile, in the drab, beige offices of the FBI, Special Agent Elena Ramirez was building a mosaic of her own. Her focus wasn't on overt violence, which had become less frequent in the increasingly sophisticated world of organized crime, but on the shifting patterns of financial data. She noticed an unusual uptick in the incorporation of certain logistics companies around the Brooklyn docks, a sudden burst of activity in real estate transactions involving warehouses, and a curious consistency in the winning bids for port-related contracts. There were no obvious crimes, just a persistent feeling, a gut instinct, that something fundamental was changing. The missing luxury crate, that initial anomaly, was traced back to a specific warehouse, one recently acquired by Vito's new holding company, and managed by a man with known, if peripheral, ties to Tony Moretti's older network. It seemed like a rogue operation, but Ramirez sensed a deeper game. Tony, too, began to feel the chill of his diminishing control. Calls to union reps went unreturned for hours. Merchants who once sought his counsel now navigated their own paths. His loyal foot soldiers, the men who had spent their lives serving him, complained of being sidelined, their services no longer required, their traditional muscle replaced by Vito's intricate scheduling algorithms and efficiency experts. He confronted Vito, his voice low and dangerous. "Things are changing too fast, Vito," Tony rumbled. "You're cutting too many corners." Vito, ever charming, ever deferential, merely offered plausible explanations. "Modernization, Tony. We're streamlining, cutting out the fat. It's more profitable this way, more secure." Tony, an analog man in an increasingly digital world, found these explanations confusing but difficult to refute. He knew something was wrong, but the language of spreadsheets and supply chains was alien to him. The quiet usurpation reached its climax not in a hail of gunfire, but in a flood of documents. Vito, recognizing the increasing scrutiny on the docks from agents like Ramirez, made a calculated decision. He discovered a meticulously documented paper trail of Tony's older, less sophisticated illegal operations, shell companies that predated Vito's involvement, dated ledgers detailing direct payoffs, and handwritten notes about specific protection rackets. These documents, subtly leaked to a low-level federal contact Vito had cultivated, provided Agent Ramirez with the irrefutable evidence she needed. The missing luxury crate from months ago, it was now revealed, was part of an older, clumsier scheme orchestrated by one of Tony's less careful associates. A scheme that Vito had allowed to proceed just long enough to gather incriminating evidence against the old guard. One gray morning, as the fog still clung to the piers, Tony Moretti was arrested in his quiet waterfront home. The charges were not for Vito's sophisticated new ventures, but for the accumulated sins of his past. Decades of racketeering, extortion, and fraud, meticulously documented and presented. His empire, built on personal loyalty and direct authority, crumbled, exposed not by a rival's violence, but by the very ambition he had once fostered. Vito, meanwhile, stepped into the power vacuum, presenting himself as a reformer to a new generation of businessmen and, discreetly, to certain authorities. He had purged the old ways, he claimed, setting the docks on a path of modern, efficient enterprise. The real irony, of course, was that the docks remained under the quiet dominion of a criminal mind, one far more subtle and therefore far more dangerous than the king he had so patiently dethroned. The era of the brute was over. The age of the architect of shadows had truly begun.